Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are. We're finally getting to Twyla on Cemetery Mary. It's taken us like so damn long. So long, so long. And now we're finally gonna be able to do her path and have a good old time and probably still not get. Uh, Sorry about that. Interruptions. It's not like I say don't interrupt me when I start doing my thing, and they do it anyways, because that's just life. That's just life. You gotta roll with the punches, as they say. I'm not really in the best of moods. I woke up after some ridiculous, redonkulous sleep schedule, I guess. I mean, I did sleep at least, which is better than nothing. But I don't know, I had such short little time to actually get on stream and eat my food, and then I had to do like several different things within a 30-minute time span. Hmm. So I'm still relatively unawake, if that makes sense. We'll just start the game. We'll get going. I don't really have much to say outside of the fact that I exist right now. I exist, you exist, and Pescado exists. We all just exist. Yay! Alright, how do I get this game up in the screen again? Can't remember how to do this. Can't remember if it was via screen capture or... Yeah, okay. I also can't remember how loud I'm supposed to have the game volume. That's fine, I guess. That's fine. Now load. I forgot which part I was supposed to load at. Let me check out this part right here, because I think this is when stuff starts, right? Hold on. Maybe not. Well, that's way later. So, I guess that's fine. We'll just go through this little section, and then we'll just focus on meeting with Twyla and getting all of her good options done, so that she doesn't just pull up to our crib and just murk our cousin for no damn reason other than she's just crazy like that. Cafe, right? That's where she's at. It was a tough choice, but I had to choose one of them. I told the others I have plans to meet with them at... oh no, I think this was... Hold on. So this is the... Okay, I thought this was the... Never mind. When Twyla's being at the cafe, the bookstore... Where's Twyla at? I can't remember which one of the three options Twyla was at. She's not at the cemetery. I think the library is where Twyla's at. It was a tough choice, but I had to choose one of them. I told the others I had plans and I'd have to meet with them some other time. Then when noon rolled around, I headed to my destination. When I got to the library to meet with Twyla, it was already a little past noon. I had texted her on the way there, but I was still worried she might already be gone by the time I got there. I don't know why. She'd said she'd be there for research after all. And surely that takes a while. At least, I'm pretty sure it would. When I got to the library, I was able to find Twyla, who was coincidentally in my favorite spot of the library. Twyla? Oh, you made it. Sorry, I just got really invested in this book while waiting for you. Oh, what book is it? Celsius 232.7777. Sorry, let me just finish this paragraph and then we can start. I waited patiently for Twyla to finish, and once she did, I watched her place the book onto the wrong spot on the bookshelf and turn to face me. So, are you ready? I mean, yeah, I guess. What exactly are we doing here, though? Your reports are on the... Remembering what she told me, I whispered the next part. It's about the busher, right? Yes, that's why we're here. This library got some good books on the history of Blackwood. You don't understand why that's important, do you? I should I? Anyways, we're here to look up stuff about the serial killers in Blackwood itself. Other killers? Yeah. Before I do much else, I want to make sure this isn't some sort of copycat killer. A copycat killer? What's that? Do I have to explain everything to you? Oh, no. Sorry. A copycat killer, a copycat crime is a crime that mimics another. Now, a copycat killer is a killer who bases their murders off of previous murderers. It could be that they were inspired by a killer to commit the same crime in similar fashion. And they could even be doing it in an homage to those who inspired them. Okay, I think I get it. So we're going to research similar crimes and potential killings that happened in the Blackwood area in the past. Our library's got plenty of books on the subject and seemingly more useful stuff than garbage I found online. Based on the statistics I've collected of the recent mysterious deaths, I'm going to research these other killers and see if their method of murder or victims are similar to what has been happening here. That makes sense. I'm hoping that if it is a copycat, it'll be easier to seek out and catch the real killer. And I'm going to go look for books about Blackwood itself. You should go look in the true crime section and pick out any books that have to do with serial killings. Report whatever you find back to me, got it? Good. Twyla, wait. Twyla walked off into the library, leaving me to look for the books. Except she didn't tell me about any of the statistics she found, so I had no idea what I was supposed to be looking for. I tried just getting any books that mentioned killers in them. I wasn't sure if it mattered how old they were, or if the killer itself was even caught. Eventually, Twyla had sat down with a few books and began flipping through them. I kinda just kept bringing her new books and putting away books she asked me to. We ended up spending a long time there. I started getting tired, and I didn't want to admit it. But I could see Twyla was starting to get tired too. Can I make the... Because I kind of want to take a screenshot of this. I forgot how to do that, if I ever even found out. Nope, I guess I don't have an option to do that. Menu, blah, blah, blah. Full screen, unseen text. After choices. Transitions. Okay, I guess not. Maybe just like a normal screenshot. Let me see if I can do this right. That's good enough. After a while, we decided to just call it a day. So, did you find anything useful? For the most part, not really, but there are a few books I'm gonna check out and bring home with me for further research. Oh, that's good, I think. It's better than nothing. Hey, thanks for helping me. It probably would have taken me longer to find this stuff without your help. Oh yeah, of course, no problem. Hey, can I ask you something? It's Not really that important, but why do you choose this spot in the library? I'm sure that sounds so weird, but I'd love to know. You wanna know that? Do you wanna know that of all things? Well, I mean, I've been coming to this library for a really long time and I've never seen anyone in this corner except for me. And I just thought it'd be more private and quiet. Is it really that uncommon? Really an uncommon place to sit? Well, I mean, other than you, I've only seen one other person sit here. Saw him here the other day, actually. Who's that? Oh, he's just an acquaintance of mine I recently met. His name is Reginald, and I met him at the. Wait. Hold up. Reginald Tetra? Oh, I mean, I don't know his last name, but long caramel hair, rectangle glasses, kinda has an accent if you listen carefully. Oh, yeah, that's him. I didn't know Reginald had an accent. That's new information. Kinda cool to know. Kinda cool. Don't know how useful that is to us, but I guess canonically he has an accent. Do you know him? Mary, you can't talk to Reginald. Huh? Why not? He's a suspect. He is? Everyone's a suspect, of course. But I really don't trust that guy. Why? I used to spend a lot of time here, you know. I even worked here for a time. And Reginald was always up to something, trying to hide the books he was reading. I never saw him check anything out. You watched him that closely? I watched him because he was weird. He always hid the covers of the books he read, rearranged the shelves when he was done so you couldn't see what he was reading. And when I confronted him about it, he'd just smile and act as if he wasn't reading at all. I mean, just because someone seems weird doesn't mean that you should, you know. But I saw what he was reading, despite his attempts to hide it. And it's not good. I can't trust a suspicious guy like that, and neither can you. Neither should you. Is this choice importante? I don't think so, because it doesn't say on the damn little manual. Blah 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 blah. I'll try to distance myself from him. He was pretty nice when I met him, but if you really think he's that bad, I'll try to limit the time I spent around him, I guess. Good, you should. But don't let your guard down around everyone else, either. Everyone can be a killer, not just him. But keeping your space is a good idea. Thanks for warning me, I guess. And after that, Twyla and I said our goodbyes. I don't know what she did after. I thought about what she said to me to me all day. Reginald's behavior seemed strange from the way she described it. But he has to have his reasons, right? And it's a bit extreme to accuse him of something so cruel. I took the bus home like usual and did all the normal nighttime things. Eating, washing up, whatever. And then it was back to my least favorite part of the day. Talking to phone person. Hi, hello. Can we talk about that thing you said the other night? I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since you said it, but what was bothering you? You said that you were coming for me, that you just needed more time. Are you really going to steal me too? Okay, I'm just gonna skip through these parts because we've been through this a million times over. The mystery number guy. I don't think any of that matters. Maybe it'll matter whenever I try to get the true ending, quote unquote. I didn't sleep at all that night. I really didn't. There were a few times I shut my eyes and tried to, but nothing could calm me down anymore at this point. My anxiety was through the roof. I just wanted Mom and Dad back. I wanted to know for certain that they were okay. It should have been me that was taken. Marseille, hail to thee. How are ya? How you doing, bud? I hope you're doing alright on this fine day. Or I suppose for you, this fine evening. I'm just trying to get through this game's other paths so that I can be done with it. I still don't think I'm getting the perfect ending, but that's whatever. I'm even looking through the guide to make sure I get the good endings because last time I struggled to do that. Maybe it was supposed to be dot dot dot. The next morning when I got up, Croven was still home. You just kind of finished the ears of your fursuit head? Oh, I did see the photos on Scratch's uh, Discord of some of them. At least, I think I did, if I'm remembering correctly. Did you post any photos of the fursuit head there? I'm pretty sure you did. I don't think I'm tripping. I was just scrolling through his stuff because I sometimes forget to check his Discord out. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. I'm not misremembering. It would have been embarrassing if I was just missing, like, just taking memories of some other pictures and just placing them in the spaces they weren't supposed to be in. I woke up not too long ago. I had to like scramble to eat and do some stuff because I only had like 30 minutes before getting on stream. Guess you spent all of your free time today on this today? Ah. Well, you must enjoy it at least. If you're willing to do that for like the entirety of your free time today. The next morning, when I got up, Croven was still home. He seemed to be acting pretty normal for once, at least, at the very least, not agitated. But despite this, I didn't sit and have breakfast with him. That's good. At least at least I ate. Yeah, at least I ate. Got, you know, just had to get on. And I was like, damn, damn, because I just, dude, my sleep today. At least I slept, but it was still very much on and off. Like I kept waking up, and I hate that. I hate that I just can't sleep, like just for hours on end without waking up. It's so annoying. I wasn't in the mood to really talk to anyone, not right now, not after last night. It was too much. I just wanted some private time to myself. I just wanted to cool down, so as I was about to leave, Crow called out to me. Not eating breakfast, Mars, I responded. Let's see what I'm gonna respond with. I guess it doesn't matter here either. I'm just gonna pick up something while I'm out. He responded with a simple okay. After that, I was out the door. I just wanted to go to that place and not be bothered. And the optimal number of wake ups and wake nights is more than 0. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? More than 0? Hear you out? I'm gonna try and hear you out. You're gonna have to explain yourself. I have questions. I don't, but I am curious. On the bus right there, all 3 of them texted me again. Croven said he'd noticed I left pretty quickly and hoped I wasn't upset with him for his behavior lately. Twyla talked about some of her progress on her research, and Reginald said he'd be at the cemetery again today. Although I appreciate their messages, I really just needed to be alone. I needed to go back there and just relax. Have you ever woken up at 2 a.m. and I'm just like, oh, I still have 3 hours to sleep. Yes, and that's tragic. That's a tragedy. Forget that the chat kind of moved. I moved the chat on accident because those are the best sleep hours of sleep. Are you sure they are? Because for me, it just fills me with dread. Because then I recognize that I don't have a lot of time. And I'm like, fuck. I only have 3 hours left. And then I stress out and get anxious about the 3 hours. And then end up not falling asleep because I'm too anxious about not falling asleep. You absolutely love it. Maybe that's just a you thing, Marseille. Maybe that's just a you thing, but you know what? If it works for you, it works for you. I ain't gonna judge. I ain't gonna judge. I will judge in my mind, in a place you cannot hear. In my brain, we listen and we don't judge. Then again, you're also the type to drink energy drinks. Probably drink too many of them. So you're probably like, oh yeah, I'm awake. And now I can recognize sleep. You can get back to sleep without issues. I can't. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why you enjoy it so much. You just can go back to sleep like a damn baby. And then there's me. Then there's just me. Who's just like, no, no. I have a million hours left to sleep. Why did I wake up again? What a tragedy. No, that's not the word right now. I wasn't going to there to relax. I was going there to mourn. The Dine Red, it's where I grew up and lived my whole life in this diner, restaurant, bistro. I guess we can skip through all this because I already had been through this. You might drink too much energy drink, but your mind needs the zoomy fuel. Time to fuel the zooms. Yeah, I feel that. You know? It makes sense. You are a busy bee. I, on the other hand, have too much damn time. Too much time, and I don't spend it doing anything useful. Not really. Speed liquid. That's a name. That sounds kind of like a secret drug, like a new drug you've just have come up with. Ah yes, liquid speed. Amazing. I still have yet to drink an energy drink. I did say one day I probably will, on like stream, just do that. See how see what happens. See if I just perish. Now I'll skip through this. I don't know which room matters. Does it matter for this run specifically? Like each time you're able during Twyla's interrogation scene. Okay. Don't worry, you will not always have the time you do now. I wish that's for good reasons, but I mean, I don't have the time I do now for like bad reasons. You were like that a year ago? I just want good things to happen, man. Skip through this. Called Twyla. Could have been the killer. Mayhaps. It could have been the Blackwood butcher that was in here. Oh my god. If I don't call the cops, she's the next best thing, right? If anyone, blah blah blah. I hope. Come on, Twyla, pick up already. Twyla speaking. Twyla, I need you to get over here, quick. What? Why? Where even are you? In the diner, by the cemetery. You have to come quick. I think the butcher was here. What? Are you serious? Don't move or touch anything. I'm coming right now. And then Twyla comes around and then she gets all pissy. Because she's Twyla. It felt like I waited forever for Twyla to arrive. I stood there in the diner alone. Just standing there. Oh, I accidentally clicked on something. No, I just wanted to read the chat through OBS. Okay, there we go. Yeah, good things happening are good. Yeah, indeed. I like accidentally clicked a little, what do you call that button? I don't even know what you call that button. Some button. I stood there in the diner, alone. It's just standing there, waiting, possibly shaking. I don't remember it all that well. But I didn't move from the spot I stood in. She did tell me not to touch anything after all. When she arrived, she didn't even give me a chance to say hi. She immediately started talking and came in holding some weird box. I told her that whoever it was probably long gone by now, but she said we were still going to look for clues. I complied, doing whatever she asked of me. We searched the building together and made sure I was always in the same room as Twyla, just in case. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything that would point us to whom it might have been. It was obviously Reginald, but we don't know that. because we're not doing the funny Reginald path this time around. We already did that. There were no stray hairs or torn fabrics. Twyla must have dusted for fingerprints, but we couldn't even find hers on and my own. We could only find hers and my own. Sorry, I can't read. It was almost as if no one was there at all. But when we investigated my room, I noticed one of my plushies had disappeared. It was one of my favorites, and I always kept it right on the shelf next to my bed, so it couldn't have gotten lost so easily. Did they take it? That thought put my stomach in knots. To think they must have been in here while I was dozing off in the other room. Oh my god. Gah. After searching for what felt like an eternity, we just gave up. There was nothing more we could do here. I find that weird. Maybe he was wearing gloves, I don't know. But should have been able to find something if he did, if we know for a fact he was in here because of the other path. Maybe Twyla's just not good at investigating. There was nothing more we could do here, and I felt bad calling for Twyla's help just to wind up with nothing. And I don't think there's anywhere else we can look. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. And I dragged you all the way here. I thought at the very least this could help in your investigation, but there's nothing really here. It's fine. It's not a total loss. Can you at least remember anything about the suspect? No. I didn't really get a good look at him. Could have been anyone. Well, whatever. Whether they're the butcher or not, someone has a special interest in this place. And it's definitely worth looking into. Yeah. I'm definitely keeping an eye on this place. Maybe we can catch them the next time they come back. And how do you plan to do that? Don't worry about it. I have my ways. But you probably shouldn't come back. It might mess up the investigation. No. Alright. That's probably smart anyways. Thanks for helping me, Twyla. Yeah, whatever. Just don't come back here and mess things up. Anything up, okay? After a while longer, Twyla left, leaving me standing there alone once again. I stepped outside as she drove off and locked the front doors behind me, wondering if that would be enough to stop whoever broke in from doing that again. I stayed in crowded areas the rest of the day, hoping that being around so many people would provide some sense of safety. The only time I was alone again that day was when I went back home that night. But I'm never truly alone there either, am I? Right, phone guy. Escaping through this. Oh, okay, dream sequence, I forgot. Yeah, so we start dreaming. Let me recap, I guess, what happens. We dreaming, and then we get called by dad downstairs. That's dad right there. And then it's like, something feels kind of weird. And it's like, what's so weird? And it's like, mom's weird. Why is mom weird? She, first of all, is like, mom's fine. Mom's always, wait, mom can't talk. And it's like, oh yeah, because mom's a mute. Mom's mute. She's not supposed to be talking in our dream. That's weird. Mom's never been able to talk her whole life. I had to learn sign language as a kid to be able to communicate with her. She's never... Whose voice was that? That was talking to me? There's never any answer for this, by the way. It's just a nightmare. My mom doesn't even have a voice. What's going on? Mary, are you okay, hon? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm fine. Are you sure, dear? I could make you some tea to help you calm down if you're feeling anxious. No, I'm okay. I think I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. And then she skedaddles to the dream bathroom. And then she hops out of her seat, rushing her way over the ground floor bathroom, or to the ground floor bathroom. That wasn't my mom. Was that even my dad? I was hoping that once in the bathroom I could rinse my face off and make sense of things. But... Whoa. Mom? Mom, what are you doing here? Or are you just outside? Mom? Nightmare. Whoa, spooky. And then she wakes up. I always find that sequence funny, because I have to, look at it over and over again. What's the matter, Mary? I thought you liked ghosts. There's a funeral today. I'm happy. Is that bad? Yes. I've been planning for it. Blah, blah, blah. We can skip through the funeral funeral area too, because this is just comforting an old lady that has nothing to do with the story. Okay, and then we meet back with Twyla again. Alright, so yeah, we're going to like the cemetery just to. No, we're out of the cemetery, I think. And then we meet Twyla, and she's like, Twyla? What are you doing here? I saw you from behind the fence. You were at a funeral. Did another person die already? No. Well, yes, but not someone I know. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Okay then. Anyways, I'm glad I ran into you here. I was actually thinking of calling you, but you are already here, so. Oh, why? Do you need something? Yeah, there was something I wanted to check out. But you might be able to help me with it. Oh, sure, I'll help. Is this all about. Is this still about, the busher and stuff? Of course it is. What else would it be about? Ah, right. Sorry, that was silly of me to ask. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll try. It's fine, you don't need to do much. You just need to stand there and ask for something. There won't be a problem for you, will it? I don't see how it would be. It seems easy enough to me. So where are we going? Follow me. It's only a few blocks down from here. We're going to a bookstore to steal a book. I followed Twyla down the sidewalk. We didn't really talk as we walked. That's a awkward thing. But I enjoyed her company nonetheless. The sky remained cloudy and the sidewalk was full of puddles we tried to avoid, until eventually we ended up at where Twyla planned to be today. It was a bookstore. One I sometimes passed by, but never really bothered to look inside. It didn't seem as cozy or as comforting as the library. The library. In the bookstore? Question mark? Twyla, if you needed books, why didn't we just go to the library? It's much bigger and you wouldn't even have to pay. Hey, can you shut up? Rude? What did I tell you earlier? Oh, right. You just need me to stand there and ask for something, right? And that's it. Besides, we're not here for the books. We're not? No. But you don't need to worry about why we're here. I just need you to do this for me. What are we doing again? Let's just say I'm not allowed in this bookstore anymore. I mean, I'm planning on fixing that problem eventually. But I need to do this now. And that's where you come in. You're gonna go in there and talk to the man at the desk. I need you to get him to look in the back somehow. Then, once he does, signal back to me out here. I'll get what I need and then get out. Got it? You're going to steal from them? Twilight, I don't know. I don't feel right about this. Mary, it's for the investigation. Do you think I'd just steal just for the fun of it? Or do you just want people to keep dying left and right? I mean, no, of course not. But, well, sometimes you'll have to do bad things to be the good guy. But we're talking about people's lives here. Do you really want to risk someone's life because you didn't want to lie for a few minutes? And I think here is where we're supposed to answer with, we're supposed to tell her that she has a point. I guess you have a point. I mean, if it's really helping the investigation, then okay, fine. I'll do it. There you go. Now get in there and distract them. Alright. And we're not supposed to get friendly with the book person. Yeah, do not become friends with the bookstore owner. The easiest way to do this is by spamming the first option until the bookstore scene is over. So yes, the first option. Gotcha. I stepped into the store at Twyla's command. I already felt guilty before it even happened. But if this was somehow helping someone, then it was worth doing, right? As I entered, I noticed a man behind the desk. He's got a little pirate hook. Don't know why or how he lost his hand. And why he owns a bookstore. And why he's so disheveled. And why he wears an apron, now that I think about it. Wearing an apron as a bookstore owner kind of doesn't make sense. Maybe he's just going for that millennial look, you know? The same kind of look you always see at those millennial two guys with two buns type of burger shops. He was old and pretty scruffy. And I was surprised he was even able to see out of that all that hair that covered his eyes. He seemed pretty big. On top of it all, had a hook for a hand. And he certainly gave quite the first impression without even having to say anything. He didn't turn to me when I entered. Could he even see me, actually? Is that who Twyla was worried about getting past? And I stepped up to the counter. Sir? What do you want? Oh, I noticed you don't have a name tag on. And what about it? Oh, well, it's just, what's your name? Who wants to know? I do? It ain't important. Oh, okay. Is there something I can help you with, ma'am? Oh, right. I'm looking for a book. That ain't too specific, Tuesday Adams. Oh, it's by an author named Horace. Horace Cope. Can't say I heard of him. What's the book about? The Zodiac. It's about the zodiac signs and astrology and stuff. So a book about astrology and zodiac signs. Written by a Mr. Horace Cope? Yes, that's right. I'll tell you what. I ain't ever heard of the guy, but I'll check in the back for you. Oh, thank you so much. After that exchange, the man went to check in the back for any books. I totally just stole that joke from a popsicle stick, but he seemed to fall for it, so I guess whatever works. And after he left into the back room, I signaled to Twyla that she could sneak in. Except Twyla didn't tell me what to signal with, so I just kind of flailed my arms and hands a bit until she noticed. I felt really bad about it, going behind that man's back like that. But if doing this meant catching someone dangerous, then Twyla was in and out quicker than I expected. As if she knew exactly where she was looking. I would have followed her, but I was waiting for the man to come back. I wonder if she still needed me or if she went on her way after leaving. But before I could think of it too much, he came back. He said he didn't have anything like what I was looking for, but he did give me something. How to talk to ghosts. He said it looked like something I'd like. He even gave it to me free of charge. Was just taking space, he said. Probably cost less than 30 cents to make, he said. I wished him a good day, and then I was on my way. To my surprise, Twyla was still waiting for me once I got out of the bookstore. Oh, Twyla. You're still here. Yeah, I'm still here. What fucking took you so long? You gotta go now. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Bye, Marcy. Thank you for coming by. It was lovely having you here. Have a blessed night. Oh, boy. I gotta stretch like 20 times on stream. This is like only the second time, but still. Well, we didn't become friendly with the guy, so I can't say she should be mad. Then next thing we gotta look forward to is Twyla's interrogation. And we gotta lie where we can. No, well, he gave me a book and I... Hey, wait. Can I ask you what you took from him? Doesn't matter. I mean, well, kinda. He was really nice to me. And it's not as if you told me much about why we did it. Fair enough. Fine, I'll show you. But only if you get into my car with me. Huh? Well, since you're supposed to be helping me and all, I wanted to bring you to my house for An interrogation, if you will. Interrogation? The main reason I asked you to help is because your family members were involved in a mysterious death. So I wanted to ask you some questions about them and take down some notes. But not here. And I don't even like talking about this out loud. So I'll call up a car to come pick us up. You're fine coming with me, right? No, I mean, sure. I don't really have any other plans. Yeah, I figured. Twyla called up a car to come pick us up. Is this one of those taxi service things? No. I'm just really rich. Oh. Alright. Shortly enough, a car rolled by to come pick us up. The driver came out and held the door open for Twyla and I. She crawled into the back seat and I followed suit. Buckling into the car seat, it felt incredibly strange. Croven's family always had a bit of money themselves, but never like this. Anyways, you want to see what I took, right? Yes, please. Twyla reached around and presented me with a wooden box. It wasn't until she opened it that I felt alarmed. A knife. A knife? You stole a knife from him? How did he even know he had this? That's not important, she said, closing the box and putting it back down. Is this connected to why he doesn't let you into his store anymore? No, but again, that's not important. Do you think he was using that to, Well, I can't say for sure, but it's anyone's guess. Don't you feel safer that he doesn't have it on him? Agree with Twyla that it was right agree with Twyla that it was right to steal from the bookstore by saying I suppose. Okay. And this is the part where I'm supposed to say I suppose. I suppose. I mean, I guess. But listen, we did the right thing. Trust me. I'll give it back to him after all this is all through and he's proven innocent, okay? What if he notices it's gone and thinks I took it? Well then, probably a good idea you don't go back there. We sat in silence for the rest of the car ride. When I looked at Twyla, it was like she was staring off, very intently at nothing at all. She looked like she was going over different ideas in her head, deep in thought. I didn't want to disrupt her process or anything. Twyla just told me that she was rich, so rich that she had a chauffeur to drive her wherever she needed to be. But despite that, I didn't expect her to be this rich. We had to pass through a gate to even get in. She even had a fountain in the front. Oh my goodness, Twyla. You really live like this? Yeah. I told you I was rich, didn't I? We got out of the car together, and the chauffeur drove off slowly. As soon as I exited, my nose was bombarded with the smell of freshly cut grass and fragrant flowers that adorned the front of the house. Even though it had been raining today, nothing smelled like the dampest of rain, or even seemed overly affected by it. And it felt like I had just stepped into an entirely new planet. And by the way, I live with my uncle. I'm pretty sure he's home right now. You might have to say hi to him. Oh, that's fine. I'm just warning you because he can be kinda sleazy. Oh? Hardly has a good attitude and often flirts with girls he doesn't know. I see. Yeah, but now that I think about it, it's usually only for pretty girls, so you should be fine. I see. Just casual insult. Why is the bottom of my left heel feeling so weird right now? It's super warm and tingly, and that's happened before, but it never changes the fact that it feels weird for that to happen. Ow. Sorry about that. Just a little bit in the weird pain, I guess. We walked up the tall staircase in front, and Twyla unlocked the double doors. And as soon as we got inside, it appeared as if her uncle was leaving. Ah, Twyla, home already. Yeah, I needed to bring someone over for some business. Ah, I see. Well, I was just about to head out myself. But it'd be rude for me not to introduce myself, of course. I'm Denzin. And what would your name be, little lady? I guess it doesn't matter if we respond or not, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can be nice, we can be pleasant. I'm Mary. No, my name is Mary. It's nice to meet you, sir. A pleasure to meet you as well. Anyways, I ought to make my leave now. I'll be running late if I stay any longer. Ho ho ho. I'll leave you little ladies to your business. And perhaps I'll see you soon again. Again soon. Soon again, whichever one. After that, he was gone. Your uncle looks like a cartoon supervillain. Yeah, I know. He looks idiotic. It's embarrassing to be related to him. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. Come on, I didn't bring you here to talk about my uncle. Let's go. Business. We gotta lie to her, though. We gotta lie to her whenever possible, which I don't really know what that means. Twyla led me through her house. It was pretty big on the inside and very neatly decorated. To think that she just lived here felt wild. I didn't have too good of a look at her home, though. Twyla led me into a room that looked like a den, almost. Or maybe some kind of storage room? Compared to the rest of the house, it seemed a bit messy. As if the room itself belonged to a completely different house. There were instruments near the walls and tables with playing cards sprawled across them. There were lots of cabinets and drawers, but I had no idea what they might be holding. It was strange, but somewhat cozy as well. Like some sort of tucked away activity room. Twyla led me to one of the tables and told me to take a seat while she readied herself. I sat and waited for her to be ready, and as she pulled out a laptop, as well as a notepad and some other things. She sat across from me and opened her laptop, but once she had everything prepared, an entire aura of the room felt different. The entire aura, I mean to say aura. I don't know why I said aura. That's not how you pronounce aura. It felt compressed, full of pressure. Like she was really, like this really was some sort of interrogation. Like I was somehow in trouble. I'm gonna save here. Why should we even save? I guess I can just start saving from this point on. I'm going to ask you a few questions, Mary. I want to know about your aunt and uncle that died. Be honest and tell me all the details. Okay? What should I do? I said I wanted to help Twyla, but do I really want to tell her the truth of everything that's happened? I know she's doing it for a good cause, but she is still a stranger to me. I hardly know anything about her. But if I lie, will she be able to tell? Would it ruin the investigation? If I lie about what really happened, am I offering the butcher another chance to get away? Would I share the blame if someone dies because I didn't tell the truth? Ask away whenever you're ready. Alright then. To start, how old were your aunt and uncle? I mean, lie each time you are able to during Twyla's interrogation scene. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to lie. Lie each time you are able to. Doesn't tell me which things to lie on. Or which things to be truthful on. So I guess we might redo this bit. After I kind of go through the questions. Can't really lie about age. So... be honest, I guess. Well, I don't always remember the exact ages, though I don't think they were the same age. And it was kind of obvious too. My uncle was kind of old, and it was beginning to show on his face. But my aunt still looked pretty good for her age. Sometimes she even looked younger than my mom, if I'm honest. But I don't tell my mom I said that. Right, next question, I guess? Right. So, were you ever given a reason to suspect they may be dying soon? Huh? How do you mean? Well, before they died, were you ever worried about were you ever worried that they would die soon? Let's lie, I guess? I mean, maybe a little bit. No one lives forever, you know? It's not like they were the healthiest either, but because the way they died was so unusual, it just came as such a shock. I see. Of course, that brings me to ask, how did they die? Well, they went on a date, I'm pretty sure. One of those like early bird special deals you always see old people go to in the movies and TVs. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, well, I was told that they were eating, and my uncle began to suffer a heart attack or something. A heart attack? He wasn't choking? No, he wasn't. Did he eat something strange? I don't know. I don't think he had many, if any, allergies. But I guess it's possible he could have had an allergic reaction or something. Go on. Well, he was rushed to the hospital, and by the time he arrived, he was already dead. The doctors were unable to save him? I suppose so. He never had any heart problems or allergy issues before this. No, not that I know of, no. And? And what? Your aunt. How did she die? Oh, right. My aunt was very distraught over the news, and she passed shortly after. We're not entirely sure how, but we think she may have suffered her own heart complications. You think? She was found dead in their house, slumped over the kitchen table. Blood coming out of her mouth too, so... And you don't know how she died? She was just found that way? Yes. I see. And that's all you know about this? Yes, that's all. I had thought that they died of natural causes, but like you, I heard the rumors about a potential killer. I started to wonder if their deaths were really natural after all. But maybe I'm wrong, and I'm just wasting your time. um, I see. Well, I think that's all I need. Twyla typed up some final words, closing her laptop and getting up from her chair. That's it, we're done? Yes, that's all I need right now. Thank you for agreeing to come talk with me. But hence, I was a bit taken aback by how short it took. We traveled all the way to Twyla's house just for a short while. She didn't even ask me for their names or nothing or anything. I don't even know what sort of information she really got out of it. I thought I was being overly helpful. So what do we do now? Well, I'd be continuing my own research, but you can go home for now. Really? That's all you needed me for? Mm-hmm. I'm surprised I didn't hear about your aunt and uncle earlier. A situation like that usually tends to garner some attention, but as I said, it feels like as though the police may be trying to cover up some things. And who can blame them? Our city is shitty enough as it is. The last thing we need is some people thinking there's a killer on the loose, even if people's lives are at stake. But I digress. Thank you for sharing what you know with me. It does seem to align with most of the deaths happening lately. It does? Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you more about that later. As I said, you can go home now. You're sure? I mean, we came all this way. I feel like I hardly did anything. You did more than enough, Mary. Please leave. I need to focus on the research I've been collecting, and the last thing I need is a headache. I understand. I'll text my driver to pick you up out front. Give me your address so I can send it to him too. Oh, that won't be necessary. He can just drop me off at the cemetery. Why? Just 'cause. I just don't feel like going home right now. Alright then. After saying goodbye, I went out front to the car that would drive me back to the cemetery. It was a bit of a quiet and awkward ride, but I arrived there safely, so I couldn't complain. It had gotten later than I thought, however. I didn't realize how fast time flew by. There wasn't much else for me to do with the day at this point. I really hope that I chose the right like lies because I really don't know what it means by lie when you like are able to. Just lie each time you're able to during Twyla's interrogation scene. That could be literally all the time. Maybe that's what it means. Literally lie on every question. Maybe I should go back and lie then. I don't know if she'll say anything different. I'll do another save and then load back and just lie on every question. Okay, lie. Oh well, they were both very old, retired actually too. They could easily be mistaken for my grandparents, and they were married for a long time, before my own parents were even married. I don't remember exactly how old, but they were definitely up there. Next question, I guess? Alright, so, were you, blah blah blah, given the suspicion? How do you mean? Lie again. We already know what she says about this. And then lie. Again, we know what she says here. She still says it aligns with the deaths. That's weird. You can go home for now. I really, is that all you needed from me? I'm surprised that I didn't hear about your aunt and uncle earlier. A situation like that usually tends to garner some attention. As I said, it feels as though the police are covering up. Can you blame them? Our city, blah 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 blah. I digress. Yeah, she just says the same thing. It does? I'll tell you more about it later. You can go home for now. Please leave. Text my driver. Alright. Just the same thing, basically. It was a bit of an awkward ride, but I arrived there safely and so I can complain. It had gotten later than I thought, however. I didn't realize how fast time flew by. There wasn't much else for me to do with the day at this point. It wasn't long before I decided to just take the bus back home again, and nothing of note really happened after that except, well, the phone call that we will skip. Tell me about my parents. Oh, we're talking with Twyla now. Right, we got a text a few moments later. I expected it to be them, but instead it was, "Hi, are you awake right now, Twyla?" What could she want so late? Yes, I'm awake. Why do you ask? You don't have any plans tomorrow, do you? Other than standing around at the cemetery all day? Well, when you put it like that, no, I'm not busy. Good, then we can do this sooner rather than later. I want you to head somewhere with me tomorrow. Where? You'll find out when we get there. Can't I know? No, why not? Because I don't want you refusing to come with me. You think you think I'd refuse to help you? I don't know, she says. She doesn't trust us too well. You seem kind of sensitive, that's all. Trust me, it's not that bad. You don't even have to do a lot. Remember when you were a distraction for me earlier today? Yeah? Well, you're just going to be doing that again, but someplace different. Oh, see? See what? You're already chickening out. I'm not. So you'll help me then? In case you forgot, this is for the sake of capturing a murderer, you know? I didn't forget. I'll come with, just as long as you don't steal anything this time. I shouldn't need to. At least not anything important. I'll see you tomorrow then. What's your address? I spelled some of the T on myself. God dang it. I can't even see where. It's it's a little dark in my room. Hopefully not on my jacket. On my hoodie, I mean. It was on my hoodie. God dang it. God dang. On the hoodie of all things. Oh, at least it's easy to try. I'll come pick you up. And she's like, oh, well. Let's see. Does it say anything? When Twyla asks for your address, tell her you will be at the cemetery. I'll be at the cemetery by then, surely. Really? I'm planning to go pretty early. Yes, I'll be there. I'm not really at home that often, so... Besides, it'll be easier for you to drive to, I'm sure. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Can you meet me by the cemetery at 7:30? Oh, that early? The early bird gets the worm after all. That's not a problem for you, is it? No, no, it's fine. I'll be there. Alright, good. I guess I better go to bed then. Twyla didn't respond after that message. Seeing how early I would have to get up the next day, I tucked myself into the covers and tried to rush myself to sleep. I don't think that's how sleep works. It wasn't easy, especially when I didn't know where Twyla would be taking me. The nursing home scene is about to come up, I think, right? We go to the nursing home and then she looks for something. We still don't know what. I think it's like death records. But eventually, I was able to fall asleep. It was still somewhat dark out when I woke up the next morning. And I could even hear Croven snoring in his bed as I brushed my hair and got dressed for the day. Honestly, I wasn't even sure when the bus would be coming, as I never really took the bus that early before. But I caught one and was waiting by the cemetery gates when Twyla's car pulled up. Once again, she had a chauffeur taking us. I try not to question it. After all, she probably used to getting around like this. Once I was in the car with her when we were driving, I felt it appropriate to ask her again where we were going. And she answered. A retirement home? Yes. This is supposed to help us catch the butcher? That's what I'm hoping for, yes. Anyways, if I may ask, why there? Well, one reason a murder is being suspected is because of the spike in deaths lately. I know there are rumors people have been spreading about them being violent, but after doing research on all the recent deaths we've had, I've noticed a majority of them were about 65 years old. People in that age group have been dying the most in this area. What? Well, I mean, isn't that a bit expected for older and or elderly people to be dying? Exactly. Huh? I don't think I catch your drift. Mary, if you were a serial killer who, to avoid the risk of getting caught, didn't want to be known at all, who would you kill? I don't know. You'd kill someone who's already expected to die, of course. Even if an autopsy proves otherwise, most people would still assume they died of old age, or a heart attack, or some sickness, or some other age-related issue. Maybe a few people would be suspicious, and even spread rumors about you. But majority would think there's nothing unusual about an old person dying. I never thought about it like that. So we're going there to, like, look for clues? Evidence? Something like that. How can you be so certain about this? What if we don't find anything? Or what if we get in trouble? It'll be fine. It's not like this is the most high security place in the world. I'm sure all the nurses will be too worried about the geezers to pay attention to whatever we'll be doing anyways. Especially with you distracting them. Oh, right. I suppose I'd say I would do that, didn't I? You did. So don't let me down, okay? Sorry, I keep doing the right clicking thing. I'll try not to. Forget how this went, but I know an old man dies. Cypress Side Retirement Home. The sun seemed to illuminate the front of the building perfectly as we drove up. Cypress Side. I've heard of this place before. I've seen job ads for it. They were looking for nurses and other stuff. Twyla told the driver to turn in about 2 hours or so before stepping out of the car. I followed her. The air smelled fresh and clean as we headed towards the welcoming front door. It must have been all the flowers planted outside. And as we stepped through the entranceway, my senses were bombarded with an extremely sanitized smell. The lights felt bright, and I noticed that no windows had their curtains drawn. And it felt extremely clean and open in here, and there was the faint sound of what I can only describe as old people music playing in some other room. Surprisingly, there was no one in the front counter. Twyla seemed to notice this as well. No, good. No one to interrogate us on why we're here. This already became 10 times easier. In fact, this is a good place to start. What do you mean? What else would I mean, Mary? I'm going to look through the computer. Oh, Twyla, please don't. Mary, please. Don't make a bigger deal out of this than it is. I'm not stealing anything and it's for a greater good, right? Stop making me go over this. Alright, but only because it's for the greater good. Good. Now, while I get started, I go out there and distract them. But how? I don't know. It's your job. I ask nurses where things are. Pretend you're entertainment. Even fake a medical emergency, I don't care. Just make sure no one comes over here. And if you spot anyone coming over here, stop them. Or alert me so I can get out. Now should I alert you? I don't know. Shout something like, "Look, a deer," and point to the nearest window. I know what it means. I'll know what it means when I hear it. Alright, that makes sense. Good. Now get out. Get out of there. Get out there. Blah. Get out there. We don't want to waste any time. Right. Do I need to do anything specific? Address, when caught by the nurse at the retirement home. Okay. As instructed, I walked further into what appeared to be a common room. There was some elderly people there, as well as around 3 or 4 nurses to watch them. I collected a few odd glances as I entered, but it was important that I not look suspicious. Though, when it comes to me, I just tried to smile and look inviting. But being a distraction proved more difficult than I thought it would be. Talking to people didn't seem like the right way to go about it. I didn't even know what I would have said. I don't want to say the wrong thing and come off as even more suspicious. Though I'm sure I looked nervous enough as it is. I kept looking over to Twyla. She was always steady at work, it seemed. I wonder what she was even looking for. She clearly knew what she was doing, but maybe she thought I wouldn't understand it or something. Or maybe she was scared I wouldn't agree to doing this if I knew. While I tried to appear distracting and kept a lookout, I also tried to look through some drawers or bookshelves when people's eyes weren't on me. And it felt dirty, wrong, even if this was a common area. I just didn't like snooping and all. But it's not like it mattered, I guess, because I didn't find anything important. But at one point I noticed a nurse heading to the front desk. I was about to shout our whole deer plan, but it's a good thing I turned to check before I yelled, because when I looked back over there, Twyla was gone. That's strange. Where'd she go? Did she just get up and head somewhere else without telling me? She wouldn't leave the building, right? Or did she already get caught because I wasn't checking enough? Well, either way, there was no use in me being in the common room anymore. I made my way out and went to go look for her. Of course, if she was snooping around, I couldn't just call out and call her name. So I tried to be quiet as I looked and made sure to keep a lookout for anything strange as I did. And I did actually happen across something strange. There was a trail of something on the floor. I noticed it as I looked down. And it was like a stain spread across the floor. It wasn't red, so I don't think it was blood or anything. But if I bent down really close, it even vaguely smelled of fruit, if that made sense. It was something familiar, and yet it seemed unfamiliar too. I couldn't exactly pin what it was. Something about it just felt off. Like this isn't the type of stain you're supposed to find here. All I knew is what it looked like and that it formed a trail. Naturally, I started to follow it. But I didn't get very far. "Excuse me, miss," before I heard a woman's voice speaking to me harshly. And I looked up to see a nurse in front of me. She did not look happy. Oh, hello there. What are you doing? What do you mean? Are you looking for something? Well, not particularly. I mean, I noticed you in the common room earlier, and now you're looking around the halls. What is it you're here for? Because it doesn't seem like you came here to visit anyone. Oh, no, I did. I was surprised they weren't in the common room, so I went to look in their room. But, I couldn't remember the number. Really now, who was it you came to visit then? Oh, my grandpa. I'm here to visit my grandfather. You can't mistake him, he looks a lot like me. We've both got red hair and, glasses. I mean, I don't have glasses, but he does. And, he's pretty old and, what's his name? What's his name? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. What am I supposed to say? If I say the wrong thing, I'm doomed. I felt absolutely cornered now, but it was then that I noticed Twyla. She was all the way at the end of the hall, right past the nurse in front of me. She seemed to have spotted me as I was looking at her. Like, she just stands up with her eyes wide, like, holy shit. It looked as if she was crossing into some other room, but I guess she noticed it while I guess she noticed it looked like I was in trouble. Should I call her over? Maybe she can help me. She looked through the computer after all and could give me the nurse could give the nurse the name she was looking for. But what should I do? I'm gonna save first of all. And we're not gonna call her over. I decided I couldn't call Twyla over. She might be onto something or trying to remain hidden. I'd mess everything up if I made her presence known. I tried to signal with my eyes to Twyla. I even nodded my head a bit too, to show she should leave and that I was okay on my own. She seemed to have gotten the message and hurried out of there. Now, of course, I was stuck here. What are you doing? Oh, sorry. I've got this twitching issue. It runs in the family. Oh, wait. You're Wraithward's kid. Ed Wraithward? Yes, that's my grandpa. Yeah, he mentioned something about his grandchild coming to visit soon. Though I'll warn you, his opinion of you isn't very high. No? I'll take you to his room. Follow me. I was able to get off easier than I thought. I followed her to this stranger's room. She dropped me off and then left on her way. Well, I guess I'm stuck here. If she sees me looking through the halls again, I no doubt she'd be suspicious. I just stay here for a while. I'm sure Twyla will message me if she needs me or if it's time to go anyways. I pulled out of a stool and sat across from the old man in front of me. I guess I ought to introduce myself. Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Ed? Who's there? Hello, Mr. Ed. It's very nice to meet you. I hope this isn't too awkward. Sorry, let me turn my hearing aid up. Blind as a bat and already losing my hearing too. Alright, now come again. Who is this? I ain't had a visitor in forever. Okay, we can just be truthful enough to him, except, when we ask about his wife. We don't know each other. No? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't really recognize you from anywhere. And I'm sure you don't recognize me. Unless you also like cemeteries? Can't say I do. But with eyes like mine, can't I recognize anyone anymore? Oh. I'm Mary. I don't think you heard me say it earlier, but it's very nice to meet you. And a pleasure to meet you too. And I'm sorry, I don't really know what to talk about. Well, for starters, why don't you tell me why you're here? Seems a little suspicious to get a visitor I don't know. I don't know if I should. Why's that? You're not up to anything bad, are you? No, not at all. In fact, I'm here for a good reason. And with a friend, too. Oh, she's not with me now, but she saw me getting in trouble with a nurse, and I made sure she didn't get in trouble as well. Though I guess I was kind of able to get myself out of trouble too, so it's okay. Ha! The nurses are a bunch of hard asses. Oh my. What? It's true. Acting like they gotta baby us all the time. Let me tell you, just 'cause I'm wearing diapers doesn't mean I'm a baby. I see. Are they really so annoying? Oh, do you know it? Don't get me wrong here, there's a few sweethearts, but wowee. Some of these folks need to take a... what's it called? Chill pill? Yeah, one of those. I'm sure they just want to make sure you're okay. Yeah, I get it. I'm sure it ain't an easy job. But it's a bit hard to be around them acting so strictly all the time. Even when you don't need them to be. How do you mean? Well, they ain't always the nicest company, that's all. Do you not enjoy their company? Well, it isn't awful, but I'd much rather hang around friends and family and people of the like. Well, why can't you? They're dead. Oh. I'm sorry for your loss. Are you okay? Happens to all of us. None of my friends seem to have lasted as long as I did. And your family? Well, they ain't dead. Most of them ain't. But they might as well be. Why do you say that? Hell, they never come to visit me. Only showed up to visit at my home when my wife died. None of them wanted to take care of me, because who would, right? Stuck me in here fastest chance they could. Sorry. That's a tad rude of me. I shouldn't be talking like that. Some of them actually called to say they'd visit soon. So, I'm sorry. That's really sad. Pooey. Don't you worry about that. I guess it's just expected when you're old. People see you less and less the older you get. I know this is sudden, but you mentioned your wife died? May I ask you some things? About your wife. If that's alright. Please? Sure. I think we're supposed to ask how she died, right? Yeah. This is a little rude, but it must be done. How did she die? You know, it was so long ago, I don't even remember. Long ago? I see. Does she pass peacefully at least? I'm sorry, was that too brash? I hope it was peaceful. She deserved only the best, the sweetheart she was. I hope. If they're not visiting me, they better be visiting her. Huh? Who? Your wife? Who else? Being in my state, I can't visit her. So those children of mine better be paying their respects. And giving her the company, I can't. Actually, this may sound very strange, but I think I've met her before. Well, I live very close to a cemetery, and I like to make sure that every person has at least a flower. Your last name? It seems familiar to me. I think I've met her before, so I hope I can reassure you that she hasn't been forgotten. Is that so? You really do that? For someone you don't even know? Well, yes. I believe that people always deserve respect, even after passing. And if I feel she's not getting enough, well, I'm more than happy when I'm able to provide. And I can visit you too, like here. You said your family doesn't visit you enough, right? Well, I'm sure I can make time to visit you here. And maybe I'll be able to take you to visit your wife too. No, I'm sorry, I just got a bit weird there, didn't I? I'd like that. You would? Really? I'm so glad then. Before I could say much else, a nurse popped in to check on us. Yoo-hoo! Hello. How's everything going in here? Everyone doing okay? Oh, yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. Well, I've come to bring you your special lunch, Ed. Lunchtime already? I see, thank you. The nurse pulled out one of those small folding tables and placed down a tray of food for Ed. Ed slipped a spoonful of soup and coughed. I immediately began to worry that he was choking, but then... blood. What's happening? Ed? Oh dear, oh my. Don't worry, this will be fine. I'll need to call for some help, that's all. She's very, very casual when it comes to that. Yes, I guess, seeing old people die over and over again, you might get a little casual about having one of them just start dying. Which it sounds fucked up, but it's just the way that it is. I saw the nurse reach over and pull out what looked like a walkie-talkie. She scrambled to get it working as she voiced that there was an emergency. Before I knew it, nurses started to flood the room as I was pushed out by them. I tried to look over to see what was happening, but it was no use. There were too many of them, and I was also too short to see past. I felt a tight feeling in my throat as I nervously fiddled with my hands together. Bad timing, I guess, for our old man here. It's not really our old man, but, our new friend is about to perish. I don't know what happened. I tried to listen in, but with all the nurses talking and panicking at once, it was hard. I think I heard something about an ambulance, but I couldn't be sure. I wasn't sure what to do next, but then... Twyla! There you are. Hey, what's going on in here? The man! The guy! Use your words, Mary. The guy in there, he started choking and now a bunch of nurses are in there trying to fix it. I think I heard one call for an ambulance. Really? That's a lucky break for us then. Uh-huh. Well, if they're all in there, we can snoop even further without getting caught. What, Twyla? He's having an emergency. Yeah, and? What if it's the work of the butcher? Think about it. Maybe this is because the butcher really did decide to strike here today. Maybe they're still around. Maybe we can catch them or find something they left behind. Twyla, please. Come on, who knows how much time we have? You may let this opportunity go to waste, but I won't. If you're not going to look with me, then wait outside until I'm done. I'm looking whether you like it or not. Twyla, no! I had no choice. I had to follow Twyla. I didn't want her doing something even worse. Luckily, for most of the doors, she tried to get in were locked anyways. But then, she tried getting into the kitchen. Before she could step inside, I reached out and tried to pull her back. She was insistent on getting in. Twyla, stop! Let go, Mary. I need to work. I saw something in here earlier. But I couldn't get a enough look until now. So get off before you really get on my nerves. You said you wouldn't be like this. Twyla, this is going way too far. It's not like we're real police or detectives or something. We're trespassers, Twy. We don't, how long everyone will be gone for. If someone comes back and sees us here, we can get in big trouble. Please. She's like, please, girl. Okay, I know we have another thing to do here. When Twyla asks about the antifreeze sample, simply ask analysis. Okay. It's not worth it. You're right. Fine then. Let's go. I let go of Twyla, and we started back down the hall. Though from the corner of my eye, I swear I could see her rush in really quickly. But when I turned around, she was right behind me. So I want to believe she didn't do anything underhanded. I don't know how you don't notice her slipping away real quick, to be fair. Like, she's literally right next to you. If somebody goes back to a room, you'd notice. And Twyla took her phone, and made sure her chauffeur was on his way. I haven't even realized it. I had already gotten near the time we planned to leave. We stepped out of the building and into the soft sunshine. It felt so strange to have everything seem so peaceful out here, as compared to the chaos going on outside. Worry still swelled in my chest, but I assured myself that they had everything under control as we sat on the curb and waited for our ride. We didn't say much. I was fine with that. Before I knew it, our ride showed up, and we crawled into the back seat. As we drove off, I noticed the ambulance's sirens blaring pull into the front of the home. My heart sank once again. During the ride, I looked over to Twyla. She seemed to be texting like crazy on her phone. She seemed frustrated. And that was probably my fault, I figured, so I tried to make sure I was still on her good side. Twyla? Are you mad at me? I'm sorry. I don't think I'm as cut out for this as I don't think I'm as cut out for this as you like me to be. It's fine. I'm not upset. You're sure? Yes. I collected a lot of information from there. I'll have to look I'll have a lot to look over when I analyze my findings later. Oh, well, I'm glad then. The rest of the ride was mostly quiet until she asked where I wanted to be dropped off. As my go-to, I told her to let me off at the cemetery. She called me a weirdo, but dropped me off there anyways. The rest of my day was pretty uneventful after that, but I am really truthfully thankful for that. I didn't know what I would have done had something else awful happened. I went home at my usual time and carried on as normal. Okay, I can skip through this. Never mind. I just can't tell you. Trustworthy right now, I understand. By any means, I hope you feel a lot better about what happened soon. Try not to think about it too much, and get a good night's sleep. I always try to do. Good night, Mary. Okay. It had been a few days since I talked to Twyla. Well, I mean, I had been talking to her, but she isn't the easiest to hold a conversation with. Unless she wants to talk about the Busher, there's really nothing we have to talk about. And things regarding it have been pretty quiet lately. Well, on my end at least. I don't know what Twyla's doing or if she's found anything. And I feel like she doesn't really trust me. Probably not. She's very closed off. But well, that's fair. We don't really know each other too well. But maybe she'll start to trust me the more we work together. That's how friendship works, right? Anyways, I'm spending today at home like I've been. Going out is nice, but I need a little break every once in a while too. Not Kroven though, apparently. He always leaves the house, and if it's not a nice day, even if it's not a nice day, he stays out all day too, so it can get pretty lonely when he's not around. But it's not so bad. I've been able to keep myself pretty entertained. I started reading the book from the old bookstore owner had given me. When I saw the title How to Talk to Ghosts, I figured it was, well, figurative. I thought it might be some spooky story with a clever title, but to my surprise, it was written as more of an instruction guide. It's a very interesting read, and I'm curious as to how they got all this information anyways. As previously mentioned, ghosts exist in a different plane of existence. That much is obvious. Yet they can communicate with us despite their beings existing on a separate layer from ours. We see them time and time again attempt to reach us. Perhaps it is because they are angry, perhaps they are lonely. Does each ghost exist on their own, or do spirits share a realm with one another, expanding and everlasting? Is there a heaven? Is there a hell? Or is there only purgatory stretching for miles beyond what we can comprehend? Those questions I cannot yet answer, for even if I could, I wouldn't be here writing this right now, would I? But there is a question I have been able to answer. Since ghosts can make contact with us, I often wonder, could we contact them? Sure, you've heard of psychics and mediums and whatnot, but that is only half of what I'm talking about. Being born with the innate ability is a factor, of course, but I wanted to delve deeper than that. Despite where they may exist, they can clearly affect things in our realm. They can reach us, and like one-way glass, I know they can see us. But what if we could see them too? It is not enough to hear them. I wanted to see them, to travel to where they are. I believe that when you die, perhaps your soul can become unrestricted. But what if we could accomplish the opposite? What if a living being had the ability to unrestrict itself before death? Perhaps this sounds like crazy talk, but oh, my phone is ringing. Hello? Hi. Oh, hi, Twyla. Did you need something? No. Well, kind of. Remember when we went to Cypress Side the other day? Yeah, of course. Why? Do you remember what happened to that guy you talked to? You mean Ed? Yes, yes, but his last name also. Wraithward? Thank you. I was sure I had it right, and I just wanted some confirmation. Oh, okay. Is there anything you need from me or him? I mean, you did call instead of text, so no, that was just to ensure I got an immediate response. Oh, well, okay. If you need any more info from info from him, I'm going to visit him this weekend, so in the cemetery? No, in the retirement home. Mary, you know he died, right? Huh? I mean, I figured you kept on top of all this stuff. You didn't know? He died the day we went. Guess that emergency he had was serious after all. It also means the butcher could have been there when we were. That's why I was looking more into it just now. I hope you weren't too attached. I'll talk to you later. I was heartbroken. The butcher could have been there. Was it because of us? Because we were there investigating them? Were they on our trail? Did Ed die because we... I had trouble sleeping that night. And I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day, finding out as much information as I could. If he really did die because I wasn't going to miss his funeral. Normally, when I put flowers on graves, especially new ones I haven't seen before, I bring flowers I grew myself. Buying them can get expensive, and it feels more genuine to grow my own. But I had just been growing a new patch, didn't have any new flowers I could bring, so I took all the little buds I could gather and wrapped them up, and I invited myself in. What do you know, his funeral was the same day I was planning on visiting him. Isn't it funny how life works out? I normally don't cry at funerals. I mean, at least the ones where I don't know the person well. But I had to cry now. I had no choice but to cry. All I could think about was him sitting there in his room talking about how lonely he was. How no one ever came to visit him. Well, they came to visit now. I wasn't alone now, right? He wasn't alone now, right? I didn't talk to his family, and they didn't talk to me, and I was fine with that. I didn't want to explain my reason for being there. The overwhelming sense of guilt was enough weight on my shoulders. I didn't want to explain it to them too. I normally don't like to outlast family members at their own family's funerals, but I couldn't help it this time. I had to stay. I had to stay as long as I could to somehow possibly make up for what I may have caused. Family members dwindled, and eventually they all left. And I'm sure they were confused that I didn't, but I didn't want to move from this spot, even if you tried to drag me. Oh, Ed. I'm so sorry. You didn't deserve this. I'm so sorry. This might be my fault. Maybe she was right. Maybe if I helped her more, or we worked quicker, maybe. So many maybes. Your family came to visit, you know. It's just like you wanted them to. They all seem to miss you a lot. So I hope you know that they were thinking of you. And your wife. You're right next to her, you know? I had been leaving her flowers for so long, and I hope you know that I was taking care of her this whole time. So I'm sure she wasn't lonely. And maybe you won't be either, now that you're beside her. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say other than I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I must have been really exhausted. The guilt I was feeling and how much I cried. I didn't even remember falling asleep. I had just been leaning against his gravestone crying. And then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the ground of an unfamiliar place. I picked myself up off the ground and looked around. Everything seemed strange. There was a faint green glow all around. The air felt foggy and moist. In front of me was a house that looked similar to the cabin, but oh, I didn't even realize before that the flowers that we had, plus the flowers that were there, are all now in that sort of pot. This wasn't the cabin, was it? I had no clue where I was. What do I do? Oh, we can just knock on the door. Let's go knock knock, you know? Knock on the door, we don't need to explore. Well, I suppose there's not much else I can do. I climbed up the porch and walked up to the door. Standing in front of it, I politely knocked, waiting to see if there was someone inside. I didn't hear anything, so I knocked again, a little louder this time. I heard something coming. Then the door creaked, and the handle slowly turned. And what answered was... Ed? Well, hey there. Ed, is that really you? I don't know who else it could be. I'm so glad. I gave Ed a big hug as he invited me inside. I was so pleasantly surprised. He led me into the kitchen area and offered me refreshments. I politely declined as I pulled up a stool to talk to him. Because the Ed I know is... I'm very happy to see you, you know. But how's this possible? How do you mean? Well, you died. Died? Oh, yes, I suppose that did happen. I nearly forgot. Actually, that's curious then. Because how did you get here if I'm dead? Well, I don't know. I just woke up here. Alright then. I hope you enjoyed your stay. If you're here long enough, my wife should be back any minute. You could say hi. Your wife? She's here too? I'm so glad you get to see her again. Me too. Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure she knows you too. She does? Had I ever met her before then? Not sure. But she says a red-haired girl brings her flowers a lot. And you're the only red-haired girl I know that's not in the family. Really? That's... Hey, while I'm here, can I ask you something? If that's okay. I don't see why not. How exactly did you die? Well, beats me. 1 second I was eating lunch with you there. Then I started coughing. Things were pretty dark for a while. And before I knew it, I was here. Sitting in my cozy chair and feeling right as a peach. Really? Just like that? Was it painful? Maybe a little, but not for too long. I just remembered my lunch tasting a little different. Maybe it was spoiled. Then I couldn't just breathe. Probably started choking from eating too fast. But how could choking cause him to cough up blood like that? I see. And that's all you remember? I can't say there was much else. Thank you. Even a little information helps a lot. Helps in what? Oh, don't worry about it. Besides, I don't think you really have to worry much about... you don't really have much to worry about if you're here. Well, I suppose that's true. Sure you don't want anything while you're here then? We just stocked the fridge, so go on, help yourself. No, well, if you insist, I suppose. Thank you very much then. I got up from the stool and walked towards the fridge. That's kind of weird, isn't it? I didn't think dead people would need to eat. I opened the fridge and looked inside. It was stocked like a regular fridge would be, though I couldn't say I recognized any of the brands here, but I don't think that belongs in a fridge. Because that... Mary? I jumped to my feet as soon as I heard my name called. The sound of Reginald's voice had jolted me awake. So, Was that just... Oh, thank goodness you're okay. I saw you lying on the ground and was worried about something had happened to you. I don't think a cemetery is a good place to take a nap, you know. A nap? Then, was that all a dream? But, Ed, and the way he spoke. I couldn't have just made all that up, could I? Reginald? What are you doing here? Ah, that's right. I never told you, did I? I'm a coffin maker, you see. And, well, actually got business with someone who works here. Oh, you make coffins? It's actually pretty... Before I knew it, someone from behind me, harshly gripped my shoulders. Oh, why, if it isn't Twyla? Hello, Reginald. Huh? Oh, hi, Twy. You're kind of hurting me. What's going on here? Oh, you're friends with Mary too? How lovely. You know, Twy, dear, I haven't, seen you at the library in quite some time. Did you stop working there? You should have told me. And I looked for you when I go in, you know. And I was worried something terrible might have happened to you. Uh-huh. Well, it was nice seeing you, Reginald, but Mary and I have to get going. We do? Ah, is that so? Yes, we're already off schedule, and it's best we leave immediately. We are? Oh, alright. Perhaps I'll see you later then. Maybe. Goodbye. Twyla practically dragged me out of the cemetery. And I felt really bad, since I wasn't able to say goodbye to Reginald first. Once we were out of past the gate, Twyla gave me a smack on the back of the head. Ow, why'd you do that? What were you doing with him back there? Huh? What do you mean? Didn't I tell you he was suspicious before? You don't understand. I wasn't really talking to him. He's higher on my list, on my suspect list than ever now. Really? Yes, I'm almost confident he's up to something, and even if not the murders. You'd be smart to avoid him. Right. Well, let's go then. Huh? We're doing something after all? Well, I was just going to do it myself, but since you're here, I might as well take you along. Let's go. I'll tell you when I know what I know along the way. Drink the rest of my tea. It's pretty nice. There was a green tea brand that was bottled tea that I had drinking only once that was pretty alright. I kind of want some of that. Might need to look for it now that, the warmer months are coming around. Hey, where are we going? Hardware store. Hardware store? Yeah. You see, back when we looked in the kitchen at the retirement home, I saw something. And I'm pretty sure... Hey, was it antifreeze? Huh? How do you know that? Well, back when we were in the retirement home, I saw this trail of something I wasn't sure of. But it was a trail of unfortunately, that I can't even read. It was like a trail of floor stains, and they were purple, and Twyla hit me over the head again. Ow! Please stop doing that! Idiot, why didn't you tell me? I didn't have the chance. And, well, something else confirmed it for me too. Yeah? What's that? Well, back in the cemetery, I think I spoke to Ed's ghost, the man who died. Oh, please, don't bring a bunch of supernatural shit into this. I'm serious. I was in his house. In the house. His house. You broke in? No, it was like a ghost house. I don't know how to describe it. And he offered me food, and when I looked in his fridge, there was a gallon of antifreeze in there. At least that's what it looked like from the way it was labeled. Right. I promise I'm not making it up. Sure, whatever. By any means, you know what we're looking for. Back when we were in the retirement home, I saw a nearly empty gallon of something magenta-like, with the majority of its label scratched off. I took a sample of it. Analysis showed there was some type of antifreeze. Analysis? How'd you do that? It's not important. But Huh? Don't worry about it. It would take too long to explain it. It really isn't important how I did it. I just know it is some type of antifreeze. Some type? It's close enough. Must be some new brand or some bullshit. I don't know. It's not the important part. When I looked further into it, I discovered whatever brand that was, it was completely different to the kind used at the retirement home and their vehicles. This means someone else had to bring that antifreeze, which all most likely means it was brought in from the express with the in for the express purpose of hurting somebody. And I want to go around the hardware stores and auto shops and ask the workers what they know about antifreeze. Well, we're not gonna find anything, I know that much. And this kind specifically. If we're really lucky, maybe we can even find out who's been purchasing it. You think that'll work? What if whoever was using it ordered it online? I doubt it. Because if the butcher really is using antifreeze, then they're probably not buying it and paying for it with cash. It's much easier to track a digital footprint. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't look good when the authorities finally realize the murder weapon and discover you've been having it shipped to your house for the past few weeks. Even if not, it's at least worth looking into what kind it is. Never thought of it like that. We're almost there. I'll start talking to the employees and see if they can provide me with information. You go and look at the antifreeze and see if you can find any that looks like this. And Twyla showed me a ripped up part of the label, as well as liquid sample in a jar. The liquid looked similar to the kind that stained the floor, except it looked much more magenta here. The label was black with magenta-ish purple stripe on it. And it looked like there was a part of a letter on it, but it was too cut off to know which letter it could have been. And it felt weird. What was this label made of? It just felt like old paper. When we got inside the local hardware store, Twyla practically pushed me to the outdoor sections. She went off to go find someone to talk to. And I guess it was my job to look for any potential candidates. Where should I look? It doesn't matter where I look. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. When looking for the antifreeze in the stores, say that it has to be here. Okay. No specific shelf, I guess. Let's just save anyways. Save. Top shelves? They're too high for me to see, unfortunately. One of those roller stairs things was on the aisle, though. I thought about climbing it, but I was worried I might get in trouble. And I guess I will wait for an employee to come by and help me. Middle shelves. There's some snow stuff here. Shovels, gloves, antifreeze. Though none of these look like the bottle I'm looking for. There's a lot of blue and green, and even some pink, but nothing was the purpley magenta color. What did the thing say? Okay, it has to be here. It has to. It has to be here. There was definitely something going on with that antifreeze. Somewhere has to have it. Or at least some worker who knows what we're talking about. But even if we did find it, does that really mean we can find who's buying it? Bottom shelves. Nothing down here but bags of soil and fertilizer. Smells bad. I looked very hard, but I didn't find anything. What is she holding? She's just staring at some small bottle. Twyla and I tried out a few different stores, but no one seemed to have what we were looking for. Why is Twyla so short compared to this woman? It's either that woman's tall. No, because I think we're short, right? Mary's short, and Twyla's just roughly the same size. But that's so funny, because it's like she's a college-aged woman, just what we know. I don't think we know an exact age, but just college-aged, and she just is so small compared to this other woman. Maybe that was purple. Maybe that was purple anything that was purple wasn't antifreeze, and anything that was antifreeze wasn't purple. Even when we asked the employees, they didn't seem to know what we were talking about. Even showing them the label, they would say they'd never seen antifreeze or coolant packing like that in their lives. Our efforts seemed fruitless. So eventually, we just gave up. At least for this day, that is. Twyla didn't even offer me a ride home or anything. She seemed really fed up, and I guess I could see why. And I just ended up heading back home after that. We had spent a while out together, and it wasn't as if I could do much more today. The day was pretty exhausting, anyways, so I went home to do all the usual evening things, and the night proceeded as normal. You've been to a hardware store? That's a strange question. Why do you ask? Can you just answer it, please? I have not. I don't really see why that's important. Did something happen? No, I was just curious, that's all. But if you haven't, then it doesn't matter. If you say so. Good night, Mary. It's been a few days since then. More than a few. Things have been very quiet. I stayed home, I got out, but nothing new or interesting has really happened. I don't hear a lot from Twyla anymore. I want to message her sometimes, but I'm afraid she's mad at me. Or something like that. I haven't been a lot of help to her, and when I try, well, I just mess it all up, I guess. Maybe it's better if she didn't ask for my help. It's not like I know how any of this works. Maybe she should have just interviewed me and been done with it. Then she wouldn't have to get frustrated with me all this time. Croven's gone out today, even with all this rain. I guess he just really hates staying home. I mean, maybe I'd be out too if I had somewhere to go. As much as I love the cemetery, walking around it in muddy shoes is less than ideal. I can handle it for a little while, but not as long as I'd like to stay. There's the library and all too, but I still have books here, and it's not really worth getting soaking wet for. The cemetery. I keep thinking of that dream I had there. I had to have just been imagining it, right? There was no way that was really Ed's ghost. Unless it was. It's almost like the book I read that talked about how ghosts were on a different plane. Is that the kind of plane it was talking about? But if so, how come more people don't see ghosts in their dreams? Maybe they do and they just don't realize it? If I'm seeing ghosts in my dreams, does that mean my dreams with mom and dad mean I wasn't able to consider the possibility much longer before my phone buzzed with the text message. And it was Twyla. Hey. Hi. It's been a while. Is everything okay? No. Oh? Why not? Because we haven't found shit, that's why not. Well, she seemed as usual. Have you been able to find that antifreeze? No. Even looking online, I can't find anything similar. I'm beginning to wonder if it's even antifreeze after all. How do you mean? I know that we think it is, and even if my analysis showed it was the same, I don't know. Something isn't adding up. Do you have any idea who it might be, at least? I do, actually. But I still don't have enough evidence to go off of and prove it that it is him. Him? Reginald Tetra. Wait, really? I know you said he was a suspect earlier, but I don't know. He always seems pretty nice whenever I talk to him. Of course he does. If you were a killer, would you act outwardly suspicious? He's probably only nice so that you don't suspect him of doing anything wrong. Still, what gives you the idea that it's him? Do you remember how I said I worked in the library for a little while? I do. Well, I remember he would always try to hide the covers of the books he was reading, as if he never wanted anyone to know. But once, I was able to catch sight of one of the books before he put it back on the shelves. It was about poisons. I didn't think too much at the time. It was a while ago before this all started. But it stuck out to me, especially considering he was always so secretive about what he read. It seemed very relevant now, doesn't it? You think he's been referencing that book? That he's poisoning people? It's a high possibility. At the very least, it's the only lead I have right now, which brings me to believe it's him. I never trusted that man. The only thing I have no other proof, and I don't think I can get closer to him without appearing suspicious myself. Let's see. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Has to be here. Tell Twy she has a good point when she suspects Reginald over the phone. Okay, so we gotta basically affirm her beliefs. You bring up a good point, and I guess he could be a suspect, but I'm still having a hard time believing it's him. But then again, you've known him longer than I have, I guess. Listen, Mary, I know a lot of people in this town, but no one has ever struck me with more suspicion than Reginald Tetra. And I think if we're going to set our sights on any suspects, it should be him. She seems so certain of it, but she's giving me no real reason to suspect him. Besides, he seems so friendly and sociable. He's been so nice to me ever since every time I've met him. I don't think he would do something like that. Well then, Twy, if you're so certain it's him, why don't you contact the police? I'm sure they would look into it I'm sure if they look into it, they'll find something. The police are a bunch of fucking idiots and full of scummy fucking people. We've been over this. Even if it wasn't the case, I don't want to be involved in any investigation of theirs. Can't you send an anonymous report or something? Do you really think any of those reports actually stay anonymous? Do you realize how easy it is to get information, Mary? Even just texting this over the phone with you makes me concerned. If anyone sees these texts and knows what we're doing, it could be a lot of trouble. That's why I want to get this over with as quickly as possible. And the quickest way to do this is to decide on who's responsible and then out them. Just like that? She's certain it's him. She's willing to cause him to accuse him just on a whim? If we can prove that Reginald has been purchasing large amounts of antifreeze, then at least maybe we'll have a bit of evidence to go by. And you'll turn that into the authorities? Because, I mean, they'll have to get involved in at one point, right? Eventually. But that's for me to worry about. I just need a more clear indicator pointing towards him and I'll be all set. It's just frustrating knowing the proof I'm looking for is so close and yet so out of reach. Hey, this is gonna sound really weird, but I have an idea that might actually help. Really? Yeah. It's like, maybe... Okay, so, if you can, I want you to collect a list of everyone you think might have been killed by the butcher. And bring it to the cemetery tomorrow. I don't know if it'll work, but... if it helps even a little, it's worth a shot, I think. Mary. What the ever-loving fuck are you talking about? It's hard to explain, but trust me. I think I can make this work. Whatever you're planning sounds stupid, but fine. I'll be there tomorrow morning, and I have a meeting in the afternoon. So it better be quick, and it better be helpful. If everything goes how I'm hoping it will, then it should be. You can't see it, but I'm sighing. Very well. See you tomorrow. See you too. If this ghost thing is real, then I should be able to talk to one of them too, right? Ad's dream proved stuff in the real world for me, so maybe that'll be the same here. And since they were there, they can tell me exactly what happened. That prove it, right? I hope so. Twyla met me by the cemetery like we agreed. She was tapping her foot impatiently on the front gate. It took you long enough to get here. My bus runs on a schedule. I'm sorry. She had the list in hand like we agreed. Walking into the cemetery, we looked for people that were on her list. People who died shortly around the time the rumors of the killers came to be. After a bit of walking, we actually managed to find out the people on the list right next to each other. Two of the people of the list. Alright, so we found them. Now what? Are you going to tell me that what your idea was already? Oh, right. So, remember when you saw me and Reginald in the cemetery together? Yeah. Well, that's because he found me asleep on one of the graves. Wow, just when I thought you couldn't try any harder to be goth. Huh? Continue. Oh, so when I was asleep, that's when I talked to Ed. That's how I knew about the antifreeze, remember? So maybe if I try to sleep on the graves like I did with Ed, maybe I'll talk to them too, and they can tell me what happened. Oh, for the love of... Come on, at least let me try it. Even if it's just a weird premonition or something. Maybe it'll offer us some insight. You dragged me out here for this? I'm trying to take this seriously, Mary. I don't have time for stupid fucking shit like this. I'm being serious. Please, at least give me a chance. Fine. You have 30 minutes. So choose one of them. I'm waking you up when it's over. Okay, and I can do that. Twyla wants me to choose one person to talk to. I guess I could always talk to the other when she's gone, but I need the person I choose to be enough to convince her that I'm not just playing around. There's a boy and a girl here. I don't actually know the circumstances of their deaths, so I guess I'll just go with my gut instinct. I'm supposed to go with, the girl. Okay. We'll talk to the girl. I laid atop the grave and gently shut my eyes. It felt weird to be doing it on purpose this time. But I was prepared and made sure I woke up extra early today, so that I was able to fall asleep with no problem. It happened. Just like last time, I woke up in an unfamiliar place. But getting a closer look, this place seemed more familiar than I thought. I recognized this place. I looked up at the building before me. Its flowy way away awning didn't wave in the wind like it usually does, but the glass door was propped open, as if inviting me in. I guess this was my destination. I cautiously took a step inside. The restaurant was completely empty, and things seemed to be covered in a fine layer of dust. I heard about this place being closed temporarily, but the way it looked now made it look as if it had been abandoned for years. Ah, there was a girl there. She didn't seem to acknowledge me when I came in, but she was the only other person here. I approached her. As I got closer to the girl, I noticed her playing with her hair. And as she moved it away from her face, I could see the horrible rash that covered her. The dizzy way she was standing there made it seem like she was so exhausted. What happened to her? Who's there? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have made myself known. You're Merla, right? Merla Colette? Did I scare you? Not at all. I could have sensed you coming. You smell like pretty flowers and old friends. Oh, thank you? Though I can't say I know you. I don't think that's quite true. Well, anyways, I'm really sorry. I don't have a lot of time here. Can I ask you some questions about how you got here? Well, it's been a while since I've been here. Here? What does that mean? I only got here when you did. I haven't been in this place since that awful date. You had a bad date here? Well, my date was nice. My meal, not so much. I have an allergy, so... so that's how that... I don't know what to say this, but... You got that rash on your face? Mm-hmm. I always break out like this when I have nuts. I guess they accidentally put some in my food. I see. I'm really sorry. It's strange, though. What I ordered was never supposed to come with nuts of any kind. And I used my EpiPen too. So I just don't know what went wrong. I thought I'd wake up in a hospital. But it turns out it's not at all, I guess. I'm very sorry. Was there anything else strange? How so? Did you see anybody maybe suspicious? Not that I can think of. But now that you mention it... Oh? There was another unusual flavor. It was really bitter. I tried to wash it down with some of my wine, but it didn't really help at all. It was even like the more I drank, the more I tasted that awful flavor. Guess it didn't mix well with alcohol. But I stomached it anyway. I figured it was just a vegetable I wasn't used to. Then it felt like it was burning, but maybe that was just the nuts. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling me. Can I maybe look at your food before I go to see what was in it? Sure, if you'd like. Not like I'll be eating it anymore. Tee hee hee. I bent down and inspected the food that had been scattered across the floor. Just like looked like some salad to me. Tossing over them, I noticed that what could have been nuts, but I'm honestly not sure. I also looked over to her spilled wine glass. Did I dare taste it? It was kind of gross already, being on the floor and all, and I didn't even like alcohol, but it burned. I guess time's up. I was awoken by Twyla, who roughly shook me awake. She was clearly running low on patience. Well, did you find anything? Or did you just waste my time? I'm sorry, I'm still a little drowsy. Well, snap out of it. Tell me what you learned. There was a girl there at a restaurant. The one that's been closed for a while. She had an allergic reaction to her food? Is that all? No, it wasn't just that. There was something in her food too. I thought it was just red wine, but it burned as soon as I put it in my mouth. Do you think that's... No, definitely. I knew for a fact it was. You did? I recently heard from an inside source that they found traces of something else in the girl's food after claiming she died of an allergy. Really? I heard there was some incident there, but I never heard that. Of course you didn't. Because they don't want you to know. Who doesn't? I have to get going, Mary. But I have to say, I don't know how you did it, but this ability of yours seems like it'll be useful to me. I'll get back to you on this later. Alright? And Twyla left to go to her meeting, leaving me stranded there. I wasn't sure what I was going to do for the rest of the day, but I'm glad I was finally able to be of use somehow. I actually felt pretty good leaving the cemetery. That is until I walked out of the gates and saw him there waiting for me. Croven? I didn't know you were coming. Mary, what the fuck was that? Huh? Who are you talking to in there? Oh, that's Twyla. She's my friend, I think. I know who Twyla is. Oh, really? I didn't know you knew her. You two don't really seem like the type to hang out together, but... This is who you've been hanging out with so much? Huh? Yeah? Why? Twyla is a fucking madman. Stay away from her. Huh? I don't want to get into it, but that girl is the reason that the fucking devil hides in hell. Don't hang around her. Don't hang out with her anymore. I mean, we're not really hanging out. We're actually trying to figure out... I don't give a shit about what you're doing. I want you to stay the fuck away from her. Wait, can you listen? Well, you're clearly not listening to me. Aren't we supposed to be friends? Haven't we always known each other? And yet you don't want to trust me on this? I know her better than you, Mars. So stay the fuck away from her. Or stay the fuck away from me. Croven angrily stormed off after that, and I felt so conflicted. Croven never used to get mad at me like that. And I know Croven doesn't like her for whatever reason, but I know Twyla isn't a bad person. She may do some devious things, but I know she's doing it for a good reason. She has to care about people putting her life on the line to try and stop a potential killer. She might not be the nicest in personality, but she's good in heart, right? The rest of my day after that was uninteresting. But Croven didn't want to talk to me the rest of the night when I got home. Maybe that was for the best. Besides, I could always rely on someone else to talk to me that night. Okay, skip through this. I want to believe Twyla is a good person. Oh, that girl I'm friends with. I'll admit that I don't think she's that nice. She doesn't even try to be nice. Or that she doesn't even try to be. Blah, 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 blah. Tell the mystery person that you think Twyla is a good person. Thank goodness I did, because I didn't even read before. I did not read the the guide before doing that, so good thing I mentioned Twyla. She doesn't even seem to try to be, but the stuff she does is for a good cause. She tries very hard to make everything okay for everyone. Even if my male friend doesn't like her, that doesn't mean that I have to see the worst in her. And I'm sure in the end she thinks of me as a friend too. Even if she doesn't express it the best. I think that's very mature of you. I hope everything works out between you and your friends. Thanks, I think. Good night, Mary. You know, I haven't thought about it. What if Twyla is mystery person, like mystery phone number? That would be weird. That would be so weird. Out of all the possible, because so far we only really have 3 characters to guess from, right? Croven, who's clearly not the mystery person, or Reginald, who you think would be the mystery person, but doesn't seem to really have any of the skills necessary. And then there's Twyla, who's really the only one who in theory would have the computer skills to do that kind of stuff. Or just the ability to, like, we know she can buy a different phone, like a burner, and then use that and, you know, do whatever she does. But then again, why would she have her parents, you know? Why would she have her parents? It's weird. But, you know, having to mention to the phone person that she's a good person makes me, like, a little confused. Like, why would that matter? I guess if it's Reginald that's the mystery person, then yeah, you would want to be like, oh, well, Twyla's a good person because blah, 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 blah. So maybe it's that. Maybe it keeps Reginald off her trail. I had a pretty decent sleep despite everything that was bugging me. Before I even got out of bed for the day, my phone started buzzing with text messages. It was Twyla. Mary, are you there? I need you for something. If I'm thinking correctly, you would be able to help me with this very well. I'm not sure what I should do. I want to help Twyla, but Croven was really mad yesterday to see me with her. And if I don't help, she might be missing out on evidence because of me. But if I go with her and Croven finds us together again, it could result in him feeling even worse. I don't want him to be upset with me again, but I don't want Twyla to be upset with me either. What should I do? We'll go with Twyla, right? Because we gotta go with her. According to the guide, we have to go to the hardware store. Yeah. Okay. Go with Twyla. I decided to respond to Twyla, telling her I couldn't make it. Good. I assume you're going to tell me that to meet you at the cemetery again, so I'll see you there at 12. Don't be late. Not wanting to be late, but not wanting Croven to possibly ask where I was going, I quietly got changed and slipped out of the front door. I nervously waited for the bus, hoping I wouldn't see him until later tonight. I hopped off the bus and started to make my way towards the cemetery. I was really hungry. I probably should have picked up something back at the house, but I guess I was too scared of possibly running into Croven there and having to explain where I was going in such a hurry. Twyla met me at our designated time and place, and I asked where we would be going today. The hardware store. The hardware store? Yeah, why are we going back there? Good ask. Didn't we already check most of them? Yes, but someone I talked to actually provided me with some important information the other day. And I've heard that our main suspect visits the specific one at least once every 2 weeks. So if that's true, it seems like today will be the day he shows up. So, are we just going to wait there until he does? We might have to. But what if he doesn't? Are you doubting me? Well, no, but Good, then let's go before we miss him. I headed back down to the hardware store with her. Though I wasn't sure what her plan was. Even if we do catch him buying something, is that really proof he's the culprit? We arrived at the hardware store, and except for the few employees there, it was pretty much empty. Why does it look like she's? Why does Mary look like she's covering her ears? Like what is that pose? On Twyla's instructions, we waited for Reginald to stop in. But as long as we waited there, we didn't see him. We looked around the store several times, but still nothing. Though I lost Twyla a few times, so part of me wondered if she was just trying to keep me busy. But that doesn't make sense, because if she really wanted to sneak around, then she wouldn't have invited me in the first place. So why did she invite me? I was considering asking Twyla if we should leave. I had Reginald's phone number. I had considered asking Twyla if I should text him, but that would be suspicious if I did, wouldn't it? Hey, are you going to the hardware store today? Why? Oh, no reason. How did I know? Haha, I didn't. Yeah, that would probably be way too suspicious. And I wouldn't want to ruin Twyla's plan or anything, whatever it may be. We sat near the front of the store waiting for anybody to stop in. We were quiet as Twyla was busy texting somebody. I didn't know who, but I guess it was important as she responded to them for a long time. And she kinda ignored me as she continued to text them. The sound of her fingers against the screen was rapid, so it had to be important somehow. So I just let her text, trying to think of something we could do until he got in here, if he even got here. And I considered getting up and making another round around the hardware store when... Huh? He looks so shook. He's like, immediately eyes lock. Eyes just locked in. Out from one of the aisles, Reginald walked by, pushing a cart in front of him. But how? When? We never saw him enter the store, or saw him the entire time we were walking around. Could he have been there? And when? Wait, could he have been here and we just missed him? Bro's a sneaky motherfucker. Let me take a screenshot of this because it just looks silly. He looks like he's just been caught, you know? He's just like, hello? But his cart had more than a few items in it, so he had to have been here at least a while looking for it, right? However it happened, we finally managed to stop him, and he spotted us as well. He gave us a smile and a wave as he walked past us to the checkout counter. He raised a finger to us and gestured as if to say just a minute, as all his stuff got packed into plastic bags. I turned to Twyla to gauge her reaction, but I couldn't read anything past her usual poker face. She was just staring intently at him, as if analyzing him. I wish I knew what she was thinking. Then she began to walk away from me. I didn't understand why, and almost followed her until I noticed Reginald walking towards me, wearing a smile on his face and bags in his hands. She's just in the back like that. What's she doing? She looks so goofy. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just a style or just, I don't know. It's something about that just makes her look very goofy. Maybe it's just how round her face looks. Usually we're looking at characters from like an angle, so it's like, you know, sharp, right? Just like these two right now. You know, there are curves, but there's also like sharp angles. But like just character in the distance, oh, they're just round. They're just round. That's all. And I just find that funny. I don't know. Hello, Mary. I didn't expect to see someone like you here. Out again with Twyla today. Oh, yeah. We were just here, Okay. What do I have to answer here? Tell Reginald that you were building a birdhouse. And tell Reginald you do not have experience with rodents. Okay, we can do that. Building a birdhouse. A few, actually. I thought it would be nice for the birds and all. Birdhouses? Really? Even though the birds will be migrating soon? Well, yeah, but that just gives us time to build even more. And we can paint them all cute, too. Well, you've got me there. In that case, I'm excited to see what you make. So, what brings you here today? Me? Oh, nothing important. Just, murder supplies, that's all. Just picking up some stuff I need for the apartment, that's all. Even with how much rent I pay, I still have to take care of everything myself. Sorry, that sounds troublesome. Why are you apologizing? It isn't your fault. Well, yes, but still. Well, I ought to be going now, I suppose. My errands aren't going to take care of themselves. But say, next time you need to come here, reach out to me, won't you? I'd love to tag along, and I think I'd be able to help you a bit too. Now remember that. And after that, Reginald left the door, waving goodbye. Twyla walked back over to me, after having been watching from the sidelines the whole time. Twy? Why she looked kinda angry. Okay. Hopefully she's not expecting us to have, looked into his bags or something. Or probably she probably is expecting that. What was the point of that? You didn't even talk to him, and he walked right out the door. Yeah, but did you see what he bought just now? Oh no, should I have? Within his purchase, I saw him buy antifreeze. Not with the kind of gallon we were looking for, but he did buy it. On top of that, he bought rat poison, insecticide, and rope. All that stuff doesn't inherently mean he's using it for anything bad. Are you going to report that, though? No. You're going to pursue him. Before he gets far enough. I want you to go out there and ask to help him. What? Isn't he our main suspect? Don't you think he's dangerous? And you want me to go with him? For whatever bizarre reason, he seems to have a liking to you, right? So you can probably get a lot out of him. Twyla, I don't know about this. Why not? You're the only one who said he's not inherently doing bad things anyways, right? So you should have no reason to be scared. Besides, I have to take care of something else anyways. But I'll have my phone on me the whole time. So hurry, go out there and catch up to him. And text me any updates. If things start going really bad, you can just call for help. I should have known. Known what? That you'd rather chicken out than let more people die. Should I even be surprised, though? Of course you'd want that to happen. They fill up those precious cemeteries you love so much. Maybe that's why you keep hindering my progress. To add to your sick collect... I ran out of the door as fast as I could. Even though I didn't say anything, I think Twyla could tell I was going after Reginald like she wanted me to. To my surprise, he actually wasn't that far down the street. No surprise to see him on the street at all, actually. I guess he was taking the bus like I do, or maybe his car was just parked afar. Whatever the reason, it worked out well for me as I was able to skip up to him pretty quickly. Reginald, wait a moment. I'm sorry. Is everything alright? Well, you see, back there, Twyla mentioned to me you're, buying rat poison? Oh, yes. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but my apartment has been having a lot of rat problems lately. My landlady won't do anything about it, so it's up to me, I suppose. She doesn't even answer her door anymore, can you believe that? So I guess I oughta take care of it before my neighbors start having rodent problems too. Well, I don't think you should kill them. They probably just don't have anywhere else to go. It's not fair to them. I'm sorry, but I really don't think there's much I can do at this point. Well, I'm actually pretty good with animals. Especially small ones. Is that so? Yeah, so maybe I can come over? and I'll try to help you with them so you don't have to kill them. I don't know. I appreciate your concern, but... Okay, we have to tell him we have no experience with rodents anyways, so I don't know how this is gonna turn out. Are you sure that's something you want to do? Yes, absolutely. Well, alright, if it means that much to you. When would you like to come over? Oh, I was thinking, like, right now? Oh, that's so last minute. You're not even giving me time to straighten things out. I couldn't possibly have you over right now. I'd just die of embarrassment. Or you might die of fright. Please. The problem will be over sooner if you let me come now. Well, alright. You drive a hard bargain. My car is just around this corner and the drive shouldn't be too long. Oh, good. Hopefully I can help, at least a little bit. Like Reginald said, we got to his car around the corner. Once I was buckled inside, I messaged Twyla. I'm in his car, we're heading to his apartment. Perfect. Make sure to snoop around while you're there. I don't know, I said I was going to help with a rat problem, so even more of an excuse to be snooping around. You have to look for that rat, right? I guess so. Text me when you get there. Make sure you talk to him on the ride over. If you spend all your time texting me, he may think you're up to something. Right. I put my phone down and took a deep breath. Everything about this felt uncomfortable. Going to Reginald's just to spy through his things? That's not right. But if he really is dangerous, maybe it makes it okay? But if he isn't, then... And if he is dangerous, then I have to be extra careful. And I don't know what he could do. I mean, I don't know him that well. And here I am, heading to his house. I'll just be on my toes. So, have you worked with rodents before? This is a save right here. And we have to tell him, no, you do not have experience with rodents. Mary has no idea what to do. Well, no, but I've worked with many other small animals before. They're really not that bad. Just misunderstood. Reginald and I spoke as we drove. I feel that way about a lot of those kinds of animals. I even had a tarantula when I was younger. Fascinating. I've never been much of an animal person myself, but who knows? Maybe that would change if I got a pet. Unfortunately, my apartment doesn't allow them. A shame, too. A cat would be most handy in this kind of situation. I suppose so. I guess I'll be your cat stand-in? Seems so. How do you plan to catch it, if I may ask? Oh, I'll get a feel for your apartment first. Then I'll see the best method to go with about it. Sounds reasonable to me. Eventually, we made it to Reginald's apartment building. Most of the apartment buildings within the city are kind of cramped. Reginald's was not much different. Despite this, it didn't look half bad. The outside seemed pretty clean, and there was a parking lot right next to the building. It was convenient that he did not have to park on the street. Pulling up to it, it was a lot bigger than I had anticipated. Wow, this place is huge. No, please, it only looks big from the outside. It only looks nice from the outside, too. Still, this seems like a nice enough place to live. It works, I suppose. Though I thought one day I'd like to have a house. I like my privacy and alone time. Really? But you're so open and friendly. You think so? I don't quite see things that way. We stepped inside Reginald's apartment, and I already could see what he meant when he said it looked nicer from the outside. It wasn't terribly dirty, but it definitely looked like there was some dust about. And on top of that, it was incredibly plain. Dull of anything except doors, an elevator, and a stairwell. Not even a decorative plant. To top it all off, there was a faint smell in the air that was just not good. I don't quite know how to describe it, but it definitely wasn't pleasant. Yeah, we still haven't figured out whether that old lady that owns this place is dead. Like, the insinuation is that she's dead because she doesn't respond to anybody and it smells awful and this and that, but we've never gotten in any of the paths any confirmation about this. So maybe we will this time around. Who knows? I'm on the top floor. Our elevator is broken, however, so I hope you don't mind taking the stairs. That's fine. I don't mind one bit. As we walked up the stairs, I texted Twyla to let her know I arrived, as well as his address, just in case she needed that information later. Reginald's apartment was on the 5th floor. It was a long walk up the stairs. And once we were at the top, it felt incredibly high up. And I was looking out the windows in the narrow hallways as he fumbled with his keys to unlock the apartment door. It only occurred to me after the fact that I probably should have offered to hold his bags for him, but I was distracted. He got the door open though, and then welcomed me inside. Well, here we are. I hope you'll forgive how messy things are right now. Messy? Reginald had nothing out except his furniture. None of it seemed overly dusty or anything. Well, I suppose I should. Just then, Reginald got a phone call. Ah, terribly sorry, but I believe I have to take this. Well, it'll be just a moment, but please, do make yourself at home. Well, that was convenient. Let's see what this can be all about. Reginald excused himself into what seemed to be his bedroom. And I took a quick glance at my surroundings to get a feel of things and where I should look for evidence, I guess. Reginald's apartment felt a bit smaller than what I had expected. He seemed very minimalist. I don't know how much he was allowed to change about his apartment, but even still, I don't know how much evidence I could find when it seemed like he hardly owned anything to begin with. I took out my phone to text Twyla. I hoped she would respond quickly before Reginald came back. I'm in his apartment now, but I'm not quite sure what to do. He left to take a phone call. I know I should look for evidence, but I don't know where to look. Well, fucking look somewhere and try it at least instead of texting me. Even something small could be important. Okay then. I mean, she's right. I've got to look somewhere. We can just text her again. That would be funny. Just continually text her like, Twyla, please tell us what to do. Tell me what to do. The hallway? And I peered into the hallway using the peephole on the door. I don't know what I was looking for exactly. Faintly, I could hear the murmuring of people on the other side. It sounded like his neighbor was talking to someone out in the hall. Okay, I didn't think that was what was going to happen. Investigate the bathroom. And I opened the door to Reginald's bathroom. It was pretty tiny, cramped even for a one-bathroom apartment. And I looked in some of the drawers. There was nothing that really struck me as suspicious here. I left the bathroom. Kitchen cabinets. And I walked into the kitchen area and quickly started opening some of the cabinets. I couldn't find much in here. The only thing that could have potentially struck me as suspicious is the bottle of drain cleaner. But it was kept right under the sink. And that's not weird. Drawers. I opened the drawer at the end of the I opened the drawer of the end table that was sitting behind the couch. There's nothing really in here except some keys and spare change. I closed the drawer. And I guess the bedroom. I quietly snuck over to Reginald's bedroom door, where he was talking on the phone. I felt bad listening in on his conversation, and I couldn't really hear what he was saying. But he sounded frustrated. Not angry, just frustrated. And I stepped away from the door. Did we investigate everything? I think so. I was having difficulty seeing anything suspicious. I was about to text Twyla and ask if she had any ideas of what I could do, but before I was able to text her, I was hit again with an unusual and unpleasant smell. It was stronger this time. It was definitely something in this apartment, and I followed the scent to a door at the end of a hallway in the apartment. It led me to a door with an oddly placed wardrobe in it. The smell was coming from this. Twyla, there's a weird smell in the apartments, and I think it's from a wardrobe in here. Is it locked? I don't know. I haven't tried opening it yet. Do I dare open it? What if there really is something in there? What if there's a body in there? What should I do? Would I just pretend I didn't see it? Would I run out? Would he know? Mary, are you okay? Have you opened it yet? No. Well, what are you waiting for? You don't want to get caught by him. To open the door. Twyla was right. I didn't want to get caught. And knowing what was in there was important. Even if it wasn't something pretty. I reached a hand forward, but the wardrobe shook. The wardrobe just shook. Really? You better open it then. Again, she was right. Don't have a lot of time. And if it moved like this, something or someone had to be in there. I had to know, or else I'm just letting another person... Really open the door, please. I reached my hand towards the handle. It wasn't locked, and inside... it was a nest of rats. Oh, goody. It was just rats all along. So he really did have a rat problem. Interesting. Alright. Just like Reginald said he had been having a problem with. It looked as though the mama had become a mama not too long ago. I guess that explains the smell and the shaking. I felt bad for having troubled him now. Oh, she's not happy. It seemed as if I woke up the rats. The mom looked like it was going to attack me, but Reginald was here and he held the door shut just in time. Reginald, I'm so sorry. I can explain. I was looking for... No, it's quite alright. You went looking for the rat by yourself, right? But it wasn't responsible for me to let you do that on your own. If that rat's infected with something and bit you, then... oh, I would just feel so awful. Hey, it's okay. I'm fine, see? I shouldn't have been looking through your stuff like that. It was really awful of me. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. I'm the one who's sorry for letting you come over to when my apartment is at such a state. I'm sorry, but it's probably better if you leave now. That's understandable. I'm very sorry. I apologized to Reginald a few more times before I left for good, but he assured me this time that he was really the sorry one. We didn't even get to give him any tips on how to get the rats out of there. Them rats are dead. He looked really embarrassed, and I felt so bad. He asked if I wanted to ride home, but I told him that it was okay. I'd just take the bus. He was also kind enough to reassure me that he would look for a rat specialist or something to pick them up rather than use the poison, because he knew how much it bothered me. He was sweet. As I hopped on the bus, I checked my phone. Mary, are you okay? Did you find anything? Sorry, I didn't respond earlier. I opened the wardrobe, but there were just some rats in there after all. Damn it, that doesn't help our case at all. And actually, there was something a bit unusual I spotted while I was there. What was it? You said he bought rope earlier, right? Yeah, why? Well, when I opened the closet, I noticed that there was some already in there. Is that so? What do you think he needs it for? Twyla? Hey, are you there? It's late. I wasn't sure you were going to message tonight. I just had a busy day. Understandable, as did I. For some reason, I have a feeling our days were busy in different ways. That's probably true. You must be tired then, after such a busy day. I guess so. Well, I won't keep you up any longer than I have to. So as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Hoping to see you soon. Good night, Mary. Oh. Sorry, I just clicked on something on my OBS and it kind of, I thought it changed something. It didn't. Good. I'm just looking at the guide again. I guess we'll say good night. Good night. Thank you. It's been a few days. I haven't heard a lot from Twyla, but I guess that's expected. Normal people scare bees. Interesting shirt. She doesn't really update me on our situation, but I guess that's alright. She seems to have everything under control, I guess. She only really calls me up when she needs me for things. Other times we just happen to run into each other, but I'm okay with that. Really, I am. This is a really big thing after all, and it's kind of her thing more than mine. Like, I'm kind of just a sidekick in all this. I know it's really important not just to her, so I try not to add more stress on her shoulders. Even if I know I get on her nerves sometimes. I wish these weren't so expensive. I mean, I know I'm not poor, but with these prices, I will be. Was that my phone? It is. It's a text from Twyla. Does she need me for something? It's a good thing I'm already out if that's the case. Hey Mary, you there? Thanks for your help a few days ago. It actually helped me a lot. I'm very appreciative. You did a terrific job. You really think so? I'm so happy to hear that. Even if I didn't see how I really helped that much. I have a question for you, although it's kind of last minute. Do you want to come over for dinner tonight? Whoa, really? I mean, sure, I guess so, but why do you ask? It is kind of sudden after all. Yeah, I know. But it's kind of like a family dinner thing. I wasn't going to invite you, but then my uncle suggested I do so. Since you've been helping me out so much, he thought it would be the polite thing to do. And he's right. That's why I'm inviting you now. You don't have to say yes, but again, it was just a polite thing to do. Well, yeah, I can come. Sounds really nice. Thanks for inviting me. So you're coming then. Alright, I can have my driver pick you up. Send me your address and I'll forward it to him. You can expect him around 6-ish. Oh, that won't be necessary. I'm just gonna be at the cemetery again. Really? Yeah. It's just easiest. Whatever. Just make sure you're ready. When the time came to be, I was waiting at the cemetery like I said I would be. I recognized the car and license plate from the last time we drove together and got in. The chauffeur was the same too. He didn't say a word to me and I didn't say a word to him. It was a very quiet drive as we made our way to Twyla's house. Upon arriving there, it had already turned dark. I noticed that the fountain in front of her house had been lit up. It was very elegant. It cast a very elegant glow all around. I also noticed there was a few cars in the driveway, or parking area. I don't know how to describe it. It was large and made of bricks and there were lots of cars there. That kind of made me nervous. I know she said it was a family dinner, but this seemed like a lot of people. Would I really be okay being here? It already seemed like I didn't belong. I got out of the car and it drove off as soon as I closed the door behind me. I guess I had no option but to turn back now. I climbed up the stairs and upon making it to the top, rang the doorbell. Without even being inside, I can hear all the commotion going on within. And without even hearing her come to the door, she opened it suddenly. And quite honestly, I didn't expect to see her dressed like that. Whoa. Oh, you made it after all. I was beginning to think you canceled on me. Was there a lot of traffic? Or was my driver late getting you? No, but you're dressed a lot more fancy than I expected. Here, come inside. I don't want to let the bugs in by keeping the door open. As I stepped inside, there were many people, all talking and chatting. Some had glasses of whatever alcohol it was, some had little plates with them. but all of them were dressed extremely formal. Like party formal, the type of stuff you wear to weddings or extravagant sweet 16s. Twyla, this is so embarrassing. You didn't tell me people were gonna be dressed like this. Or that there was going to be so many of them. I feel so embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me? I would have at least dressed up more. No, don't be dramatic, you're fine. You dress semi-formal all the time anyways. I have to go get some, I have to go make sure dinner is running smoothly, but you can do whatever you want until then. Just as long as you're not snooping around through my things or anything. Wait, I can't just stay with you? You're the only person I know here, Twy. No offense, but you'll just get in my way. You'll be fine, though. See you during dinner. Twyla left shortly after that, leaving me to wonder why I had agreed to come to this in the first place. When she said family dinner, I guess I imagined something much different. A quaint event with some extended family and a nice meal. This definitely was something sort of... This definitely was some sort of party that she was throwing. Jeez, okay, there we go. Words were able to come out of my mouth. Kind of surprised there. I don't know how many of the people were actually family, but I think it was more than obvious that I wasn't. I felt like everyone was staring at me. It brought back bad memories of mine. I tried to find some place where I could sit and not bother anyone until dinner was ready. And eventually I found the couch in her living room was surprisingly empty and took a seat. I tried to look as normal and small as possible. I already didn't feel welcomed here and I didn't want to take up more room than necessary. I tried to stay on my phone for the most part, but it felt rude to be doing so. Even though I wasn't talking to anyone anyways, it just felt inconsiderate to be on my phone. Putting it down didn't really help how I felt, though. Although I didn't join into any conversation, I did hear one that caught my attention. Don't give me that look, you know this place. The bookstore on the 4th, run by the old guy. Oh, that one? Bookstore on 4th? That was the bookstore Twyla and I went to. What happened with that all, anyways? I heard the newspaper? You didn't just watch it on TV? Nah, I prefer to sit and read it with some coffee. Anyways, like I was saying, they confirmed his death over the other day. Really? Wasn't he brought to the hospital? Hell if I know, the article didn't say. All it said was that he was found with multiple stab wounds bleeding out on the floor of his own home, store. I don't even think they found him until morning, but they estimate he died around closing times. I didn't hear about a hospital, but it seems he's dead now regardless. I felt heartbroken. That was the bookstore owner Twy made me distract. I didn't even hear of his death. How long ago was it? Did I miss it? Did they have a funeral already? He was so nice to me though. But his store was so empty. Was he all alone in the end? Is this my fault? Does death follow me now? Who's going to be the next to die? Deep in my own thoughts, I almost tuned out their conversation. But then I heard another thing that made me snap back into it. Is he even fucking here at all? I haven't seen him, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't. Not like he does anything anymore anyways. Denzin was always pathetic. Maybe now he's finally realizing that. Denzin? That's Twyla's uncle, right? You sure you want to say that so loud? What if he's here and hears you? It doesn't matter. Not like you will get kicked out or anything. I guess that's true. I thought it was pretty cool of them to be talking about him like that. I know I don't know him, but I can't help but feel bad for him. They're talking about so cruelly about him in his own house. I hoped he wasn't here, and if he was, I hope he didn't hear anything. And I can't imagine hearing someone talk about me like that in my own home. I said home very strangely. Whoops. Oh, what? Well, actually... ... Oh, is dinner ready? People around me started to leave into the next room. The thought of having to sit at a dinner table that made me at a dinner table with them made me feel nervous. I thought just about staying here instead, but in the end I got up and followed them into the dining room. Upon entering, it felt different from the rest of the house. Twyla's house was classy but colorful, but this room was drenched in white. The only thing to offset it was the brown long dinner table in the center. And what a long table it was. And it felt like the kind you saw in movies. People began to sit. Hastily, I looked for Twyla. On one end of the table, I noticed that Denzin was here after all, and he took a seat. I had hoped those talking bad about him weren't near. On the other end, I caught sight of Twyla beginning to pull her chair out. She saw me. I think she must have sensed how nervous I was because she gestured me over to her. Oh, thank goodness. And I made my way over to her as quickly, but also as politely as I could. I was planning on taking the seat next to her, but another man got there before I did, and sat down. So I just took the one next to him. I was still in talking distance to Twyla, so I was okay with it. People began to talk as well people do. And I started to tune out of their conversations again. That is, until I was brought into the conversation. She's a bit freaky looking, isn't she? Just straight up being hella rude, but okay. You get used to it. Oh, who? Me? Yeah, look at me a sec. I couldn't look in those eyes too long. It'll freak me out. No, yeah. I get that a lot. You ever thought about auditioning for a horror movie? I bet they'd do something great with a face like that. She would fit in well with one. After all, she can talk to ghosts. Oh, is that so? Oh, yeah, kinda. I've only done it a few times, but yeah. Really, show me then. Oh, I can't. You should show him. I think it would be a neat party trick. I would, but it only really works when I'm sleeping, it seems like. Oh, sure it does. Come on, Mary. Show them what you can do. At this point, the people sitting across from us seemed pretty interested too. I don't know, I mean... Come on, not even for me. A poor man with a late mother. You wouldn't even give him the chance to speak with her again? It's not that I don't want to, it's just... I've seen you do it before. Surely you can push yourself a little harder. You can do it right now. I wasn't sure what to do. Everyone was looking at me. I didn't want to embarrass Twyla or myself, but if I pretend to do it, I'll just embarrass myself further. I'll just think I'm a fake. I don't know what to do, but I have to decide soon. I'll save again, and this time around, we ought to... Actually, hold on. Save there. I think we just gotta pretend, so pretend to do it. Everyone was looking at me. I had to do something. Hopefully, if I stayed vague enough, it would be enough to please them. So, you want me to talk to your late mother, correct? That's right. Alright. I'll see if I can reach her. I closed my eyes for a few seconds and clasped my hands together, pretending to be able to sense someone there. It's faint, but I think I can reach her. She's saying she missed you dearly. Oh, what else is she saying? I prayed he had siblings. She's saying she's telling me you were always her favorite child, and that she was always so proud of you. She was worried for you when she died, but she sees now she had no reason to be. She knows you're always trying to do the right thing, even if it's hard. She misses you, but she knows she'll see you again soon. I'm losing her a bit, but before she goes, she wants you to know she loves you very much. Sure. It was quiet. I felt nervous. Was it good enough? I should have been more specific, probably. The man started crying right in front of me. Did he really believe it? I was expecting him to tell me his mom was actually alive, even. Oh, Ma, I miss you too, Ma. The people sitting across from us and a few others began to give a small golf clap, seemingly impressed with me. Well, things turned out alright, I guess. I was thinking like, oh damn, we're cooked, but no, we're good, we're fine. We pulled it off. The man did lose his mom. No wonder he was so weird. I felt flattered, even though I hadn't really done anything. A few of them asked if I could talk to their relatives for them, but Twyla stopped them, saying I had done enough. I silently thanked her. The food was delicious and made it feel semi worth it if that that I came. And eventually the party had come to an end. Twyla thanked me for coming and told me her driver would take me home. In the car, I simply asked them to take me to the bus stop. Luckily, I didn't miss the last bus, and I got home safely. Hi again. You're late again? Another busy day? Yeah, and I went to a friend's for dinner. How did that go? It was a bit strange, but I think in the end I was glad I went. That's lovely to hear then. I wish I could eat dinner with my parents again. One day soon. They are safe, right? Not just alive, but they're fed and warm? I believe so. What's that mean? Don't concern yourself with it. No, this again. Just as long as I can see them safe again. The day is approaching. The day is approaching is his only response to that. Yikes. When will I see them? You will. Good night, Mary. It's been a few days since then, and I think Twyla's been doing well in the investigation. At the very least, when I message her about it, she tells me it's fine. Since Twyla hasn't really been the one initiating our conversations, I've been trying to. But it's usually only a few short sentence messages, and the conversations don't really go further than that. I'm sure she's just busy though. And I know if she needs me, she'll call me. So I just wait until she needs me. But I've talked enough about that already. And I had a nice day by myself, actually. Sometimes it's nice to just return to the cemetery for a normal day after so much chaos. I made sure I put at least one flower on every grave today, although I haven't talked to any of them. I had considered doing it, but like others tell me, it's probably not a good idea to fall asleep in public places, especially if is a killer on the loose. So I decided I wouldn't do that today. But that's not what happened, though. And I truthfully didn't mean to fall asleep. I didn't. But when I sat back against the mausoleum we have, after being outside on our feet all day, well, I was just so tired. I didn't even realize I fell asleep. Okay, I'm gonna save here. And then we're gonna continue on, but I have to go do something and get myself some tea and all that so that I can continue reading this and, exist. So I shall return to you all in roughly give it 20 minutes somewhat. Return I have. Alright. We just gotta keep going with the story. We're close to the end. Pretty damn close, I should say. We should be able to do it, get through it by the end of the hour. I'm pretty sure. I'm certain. Like, you know, a solid 20% sure. Maybe 30. Who knows? Dude, I want some bread, now that I think about it. Sorry. Just blabbering on about random little things. Anyway, until I woke up to the sound of rain. I was surprised to not have had any strange dreams this time, but this was a big problem. The only the roof trim of the mausoleum was keeping me safe from the rain, and it was poor. Actually, we can skip through this because this is basically just her waking up, going around, and then she ends up at the movie theater, right? Yeah, you picked up. I was starting to get worried. Having a bit of a problem right now. What is it? Yeah, skip through this. And then we can just call... Who are we supposed to call? I guess we don't need to go to Twyla's, but, you know, considering all the things, we may as well. Why not? I called up Twyla. I heard the phone ring a few times, and then she picked up. She sounded angry, although she didn't sound like she was asleep before I called her. Mary? What are you calling me for? Don't you know what time it is? Yeah, I know. That's kind of my problem. It's a long story, kinda, but I missed my bus home and I need a place to stay tonight. I was hoping maybe... Are you serious? Yeah. Fine. But you owe me one. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. I'm in the movie theater. Let me guess, by the cemetery? Yeah, how do you know? I'll be there soon. Okay, thank you. Twyla came to pick me up herself this time. By that, I mean she was driving a car this time rather than having someone drive her. She was fully dressed and I couldn't tell if she changed out of her pajamas just to pick me up. She seemed a bit annoyed picking me up, so I made sure to thank her again. The drive to her house was silent except for the rain. The air? What? That doesn't even make sense. Luckily, there wasn't anybody else on the roads tonight, and we got to her house safely. Stepping inside the house, I felt a lot more calm. Like the first time I visited. I definitely preferred this to the liveliness of the party a few days ago. Although I must admit, when there's hardly anyone here, it does feel empty. Twyla's home was less doors and more archways. And passing one, I noticed a TV on. Was her uncle here? Is everyone up so late? I followed Twyla upstairs into her bedroom. It was my first time seeing it, and it was a bit different than I expected. A lot more cluttered than I thought it would be, I guess. Not overly cluttered, but Twyla never truly struck me as the type to collect clutter, but you learn something new every day. Well, here's my room. You'll be sleeping here with me, but I actually have to head back out. Really? In this weather? Why? It's a personal matter. I don't want to talk about it. No, I see. Okay then. You can borrow some of my pajamas in the dresser, and I'll use a shower, and use a shower if you like, and eat something from the kitchen, but again, I'm trusting you not to look through my things. Oh yeah, of course, I'd never. Good. I'll be back soon. And then she left downstairs again, leaving me here alone. I wasn't sure how long it'd be until she'd be back. I'd feel weird sleeping in her room without her here. What should I do? I guess to the living room. Yeah, take a shower, why not? Maybe I shouldn't just yet. I don't want to take a shower until I'm ready to change. I'd feel weird walking around Twyla's house in her pajamas. I guess we can save. Look at books. Twyla said not to snoop around her things, but surely the stuff out in the open doesn't count. She had a few books splayed out, so I decided to give them a look. Yeah, it wasn't the reading material I was used to seeing Twyla with. Love at First Death, a tragic true story, and St. Grove, investigating the town that disappeared overnight. A memoir by Detective Reynold Vellara. Hi, hail to thee, Sam. How do you do? Gotta stretch a little bit. Again, stretch number 5, I think, of the day. Maybe it's just because I sit in this chair for too long. But hi, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing alright. I'm just nearing the end of this route for this character. You're dreading the next 3 days. Oh, goodness. Really? Well, I hope whatever is going on in these next 3 days all turns out well. Or as well as it can possibly turn out. I'm sure you'll do just fine, though. I'm sure you'll be good. You got the brains for it. Or I'm assuming you do, I don't know. Or even expecting to see her in her room at all. But it's interesting. Maybe she's trying to branch out and try new things. I wish I could be more like that. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll try to branch out more too. Heading to the kitchen. Food! I don't think we do anything from what I remember last time. I decided to look in her kitchen. She said I was allowed, after all. I headed back downstairs into the kitchen. Let me see what you wrote. You help run a kids club and they are going on a camping trip this week, tomorrow till Sunday, and the next week the same. Ah, I see. Well, that's, I could see how that could be stressful, but at the same time, kind of fun. You know? At least I think it'd be a little fun. Just a bit. Children are scary? They I I don't find myself disliking children often, I guess. But I can understand they do be getting they do be strange sometimes. They be strange or simply odd for reasons that are just hard to explain. Sometimes the way they talk about things, or sometimes just the way they decide to go from one conversation piece to another makes no sense. I find them more often than not funny. It's not till kids are battering at your tent when you and your GF are trying to sleep. Okay. That just sounds goofy as hell. What would they be doing up anyways? Wouldn't they, if you're trying to sleep, shouldn't they be also trying to sleep? Like, wouldn't it be nighttime? Like, what? The other leaders are just as bad? Ah, I see. So it's just bad influence, huh? The leaders are not doing what they're supposed to do, and so the kids just go, okay, time to fuck around. It sounds like you could at least have a good story or two. Big cat, I can't sleep. What? It's like, ah. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's very ah. It was dark, but I wasn't sure where the light switch was. Was Twice dinner party prepared in here? It seemed like a small kitchen compared to the amount of guests that were here for it. So it's called the Adventure Cats, so all the leaders have cat names. That's so goofy. I like that though. I like that. All the so you just get called a big cat, freaking big cat. That's cute though. That's cute. Cat names: Big Cat, Sweet Cat, Snowy Cat, Gray Cat. That's kind of cool though. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is just me, you know. Summer Sweet Cat. Ah, that's adorable. So I'm assuming you get these nicknames because you're dealing with like kids, not just like a 14-year-old you're calling a kid. At least that's my assumption. Because I'd feel like if I was 14 and I had to call somebody Big Cat, I'd be so like that'd be so cringe. That'd be just cringe. 7 to 11. Yeah, so kids. That makes more sense now. Well, make the best of it as you can. That would be my only, I guess, quote unquote, piece of advice. It's just goof about, goof about, have a good time. If the kids fuck with you, fuck with them back. I don't know. I'm sure you could come up with some prank. Was dinner really made here? Probably best not to question it. If I know anything, is that Twyla works in mysterious ways. I wonder what she had in here, though. I've never really seen Twyla eat aside from the dinner party a few days ago. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. I opened Twyla's refrigerator, and to my surprise, there wasn't much at all. Even with the giant party they had, there were no leftovers? Or did they eat them all already? Still, there was a lot of empty space. Damn, time to eat some like time to eat like a peasant. Bread, cheese, milk. The kids are actually okay, but some of the questions they ask around sound worse than they mean it to. Yeah, yeah. The curious little rascals will just ask questions in the most non. It's very straightforward. Or that's the best way to put it. They'll ask their questions in a very straightforward manner. Big cat, what are you? That's your favorite. Big cat, we have to know, Big cat. You gotta understand, Big cat. We have to know. What are you, Big cat? Just straight to it. No, no. What do they call it? No prep work, no aftercare, nothing. Just what are you? That's just so funny though, because they do be like that. They do. I wanted to be a teacher at some point, but I never got around to that because being a teacher requires college. And I was like, nah, I ain't going to college. No beating around the bush. Just what are you? Yeah, just just nothing. Not working up to that question. Just walk up to you, pull on your pant leg maybe, or poke you, and just be like, "What are you? You one of them? You one of them?" Nah, it's more awkward if the kid knows too. Like they know, but they just gotta make sure because they don't know what it's called. Whatever it is they're referring to. Because I've seen that happen sometimes where the kid clearly knows, but like they just don't know what to refer to it to. So they just use some other phrase that just sounds worse. And it's like, okay, time to teach you some things here. And there was also a bowl of sherries, some gallons, bottles of water, and leftover pizza box. Huh. I checked the freezer too out of curiosity. There were 2 slabs of meat I couldn't recognize and a tub of vanilla ice cream. Well, if anything, I don't think there's anything I wanted here. I closed the fridge and looked in the pantry, but again, there still wasn't a lot. I'm the type of motherfucker to like just start eating slices of meat and then just ice cream. Just salty and sweet. That's my thing, I guess. Or savory. I don't know what the term is for meat. My daddy said them cross boy girl people are bad. What do you think? If some kid actually said that, bro, I'd be like, I don't know, man. Like, I think they're shell. I think they're shell, they're shell. It's like, shit, gotta have this conversation. Yeah, they have ones. Goody. Because the issue, too, is that you can't, like, on one hand, it's sort of like on the spot, you have to have some answer. But on the other hand, you kind of, at least, you gotta be careful because you can't stray into certain territory of, like, explaining too much. Otherwise, the parents might try to throw hands. And it's like, okay, I don't know what to do. Greetings and salutation, noobs of nerd here. Noob nerd, hail to thee. How do you do? On this fine Thursday. I thought it was Friday for some reason. It is Thursday. It is nowhere near Friday. except tomorrow, in which it is Friday. There wasn't much else in here. I thought about heading back upstairs, but I could hear the living room TV playing from the next room, and it was playing a familiar voice. I know that game show. Right, this is the game show scene. Your shoulder is dead for some reason. Undead thy shoulder. Slam it against the wall. If you feel a very, very excruciating amount of pain, then you should probably, head to the hospital. Not the Republic. Not you blaming everything on Republicans, noob. Shush. Shush. Your answer was that you let people who be who they are, and if they need your help to be happy, you'll do what you can to help. That's a good answer, Sam. That's a good answer. A great answer that covers your bases and doesn't get too into it. You're right. Those damn liberal. No, no. Oh, noob. If it's not one, it's the other, isn't it? You know who you could blame that nobody would be mad at? The centrists. Just blame the centrists for everything. Everybody does it anyways. I entered the living room and made my way to the other side of the couch from where Denzin had been sitting. Bro is like slouched the hell over. That's how I pose up on my own chair right now. You can't see it, but that's how I'm sat. I didn't really say hello as I entered, just kinda popped myself on the other side of the couch where he was. He already knew I was here. I felt kinda awkward to be saying hello so late into my stay. You're like a seesaw. If it's not one side, it's the other side. Makes sense. And Sam says, doesn't help that over here it's very homophobic, so you're in trouble no matter what. Yeah, that certainly would not help. I don't even know how you'd get that conversation through without problems. Good luck, my guy. Indeed. GL, as they say. But, I mean, you've gotten this far. And like you said before, you just say, hey, you'll let people be who they are, and if they need your help, you'll do the best you can. And that should be satisfactory to the child. If it's not, then I don't know. I guess that child's just a detective. They're snooping around a little too much. Sometimes I like to hit him with the I don't know. Kids ask questions they are risky to answer. Yeah, because they gotta know. They're getting used to the world. They don't know the world, so they're like, damn, time to ask. And sometimes they don't feel like asking their parents because they know their parents are a certain type of way. This is Peril, right? Yes. I used to watch this game show all the time with my dad. And I was never really good at it, but Dad was, and I think he could have won if he got in. That's so. Yeah. Do you think you'd be good at it? Noob, shut your ass up. Shut your ass up with a noob. I ought to time you out just for that. Don't bring your brain rot into my chat, noob. I shall smite you. And my PC's gonna try and blow up again. Let me just disappear and then reappear. Please, PC, you can't be doing this. There we go. I didn't even realize my PC was on it. On that type of timing. No, because any of the girls all got fucking skincare for Christmas. What does that mean? Wait, what are we talking about? I'm confused now. I have been made confused. Let me read some of the messages again. Risky to answer. Just give them an iPad to get them off your back. No, because any of the girls all got fucking skincare for Christmas. What? How dare I? Noob, you know what I will do to you. I will do things to you. Unkindly things. Ungodly kinds of things. I don't want your glorious brain rot. That's for Scratch to deal with, okay? Scratch can deal with it. I'm not dealing with it here. You think you'd be good at it? Could be. They are 7-year-olds don't need skincare, but all they see on TikTok is skincare. Oh, no, yeah, that's like a weird problem, man. Oh man, I don't. Now I get what you were saying, because Noob was like, "Oh, just give them an iPad," and you're like, "No," because that makes all the girls want skincare products, and all the boys got Skibidi toilet merch. We really are we cooked? Is humanity screwed? Do we need to bring back some olden ways for the kids to be normal again? I don't know. I think so. I think we need to just not give them anything. I've always said that if I ever have any offspring of my own, they ain't getting any devices that are not like the most barbaric, primitive things until like they're 16. Like I ain't giving them a smartphone. They're getting a Nokia. We are very cooked. I think so too. I think so too. Not confirmed I'd come out on top though. Uh, don't say that. I think you could win, probably. I mean, you have such a nice house. Surely you would have to be smart and hard and a hard worker to afford it. Sorry, was that rude? You have a point, I suppose. But I don't exactly feel working hard equates to knowing most popular doll line 9 years ago or knowing how fast a horse is. Yeah, I guess that's true. Our small talk pretty much ended there, and we continued to watch the show in silence, only piping up the guess on answer or two. It was a bit strange, but nice too, in its own weird way. Uh, you're not having any kids of your own. You ain't dealing with that nonsense, those shenanigans. Exactly. They're yours truly, like yours truly. Well, I mean, to each their own. I am gonna have to make up, dude. I swear to the gods, like every time I've asked, it feels like so many people just straight up don't want to have kids, and that kind of scares me. I don't know why. It gives me like an odd feeling. It's like, like I know it's one thing to say I can't afford a kid. It's another thing to say you don't want to have any kids. And so many people that I know of had said that, and I'm just like, man, we're gonna have to like, we're gonna have some kind of population decline soon enough, and nobody even has to try. We're kind of screwed. Yeah, that's true. Our population's gonna be looking like South Korea soon. We're just gonna like in 10 years' time be like, holy shit. 20 years, 30 years. Oh man, you've already got rid of those chances. I suppose so. A buddy of mine most definitely can't, because he kind of did a little thing to his gonads, so he's not having any kids anytime soon. And I'm like, when he told me that, I was like, really, bro? Looks like you're gonna have to repopulate America. Sure thing, noob nerd. Sure thing. I'm sure you can somehow get some. Can femboys get pregnant? I don't know, but I can try to get them pregnant. That is, not to be pregnant. You know what I mean. You did a thing called testosterone. Ah. You know what? Yeah, it makes sense. That'll do a thing or two. You hope so. We all gotta try. We gotta do our part for the effort. Like a childhood sleepover, eventually I heard Twyla come back home again. She walked right past us and straight upstairs. I heard her open her door to her room, stop it, and walk back downstairs, and then she joined us in the living room. What are you watching? Peril. You like that show? No offense, but I didn't really take that as something someone like you would enjoy. Alright, the next subject is graveyards for 300. Hey, you should be good at this one. Oh, maybe. A broken column-shaped headstone is used to represent what? Which is it, Mary? Oh, I think it's... Well, I'm gonna look at the guide, because I don't know the answers to anything. Life cut short. Broken columns represent life that ended early. That's why it's broken, because you weren't able to reach old age, like how the column was broken before it got to the top. Intriguing. Okay, my PC's still like, I can still hear the fans going, so I'm like kind of tweaking out. Like nothing's going on. At least that's what I've heard. The contest answering said something similar to what I had said. That is correct. Huh, nice job. Oh, thanks, I think. Alright, let's head to bed now then. I don't want you sleeping in too long tomorrow morning. Oh, okay. Good night, Denson. Good night, girls. Summer said hi, by the way. Hi, Summer. Tell her I said hi. I followed Twyla upstairs and into her room again. She ended up I can't read. Or Sweet Cat, right? Sweet Cat, the nickname from the camp. She handed me some of her spare pajamas. I took her up on her offer to use her shower and headed to the bedroom before I got changed. The bathroom. Her bathroom was really clean. Cleaner than mine, anyways. She didn't even have any toothbrushes or clutter or on the sink. Maybe there was another bathroom they use more often? Taking showers in someone else's house is always weird, but the shampoo had a really nice smell to it. Strangely enough, I don't recall smelling this on Twyla ever. Not that she smelled dirty or anything. Twyla always had a cleanliness to her, but this shampoo didn't match hers. I got changed into Twyla's pajamas. They fit pretty comfortably, though I expected that since we were both two small girls. When I returned to Twyla's room, the lights were already off. She said, "You get to stay 15 more minutes." She's just gonna drag you to bed. She said, "It's sleep time, 15 more minutes, and that's it." Stretch a little bit. There we go. Popped my back a little. But she was clacking away on her laptop. I noticed on the top floor, I cannot read. I noticed on the floor she left a blanket and a pillow for me. I didn't really want to just sleep on her rug, but I wasn't going to argue with her hospitality. Tell them that Noob Nerd has approved for an extra 5 minutes. She said one more normal cuddly night until camp is over. Yeah. You know, one more. You just gotta make it a couple more days and you're fine. I forgot it's the weekend too. We cuddled into it and tried to get comfortable. She said no, there are cuddles there are cuddles at stake. Damn, Noob Nerd, it looks like you just don't have the power. You don't have the leverage in this situation. I'm sorry. What are you doing? What are you typing? Nothing. Are you messaging someone? No. Does it have to do with the investigation? That's none of your business? Oh? But I'm helping you, aren't I? Yes, and I appreciate it. But there's parts of it I need to do on my own. Why does it have to be a secret? Wouldn't I be able to help you more if I knew? No. Like I said, I appreciate your help, but I don't want you getting in the way. But what if I knew something? Something that could help? Something that could point us in the right direction? I already have my direction. I just need proof. You're certain that Reginald really did it? Who? Reginald? The guy you told me to stay away from? Yeah, I know who he is. I'm absolutely positive it was him. How can you be so sure of that? I don't understand how you can be so decisive over it, especially when you don't have any proof. I'll get it. And then you'll know why you shouldn't doubt me. Twyla is very pushy. Well, you've done all you can. Speaking of Alfredo, you had a dream of eating Alfredo on top of the Empire State Building. A strange dream. That reminds me that I too had a strange dream. I can't remember it though. If I do, I'll try to regurgitate whatever was in my mind. It had something to do... Now, wait a second. Hold on. Damn, I should have written this down. I cannot remember for the life of me. Huh. Shit. Now I feel kind of bad. Alright then. Dot 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 dot. Twyla, do you want to be a detective? Hmm? Do you want to be a detective? Is that why you're doing this? And working so hard for it? Not necessarily. I just want my city to be clean. Would you want to be a police officer or something then? Oh god, no. Even if the police weren't morons, I still wouldn't want to be a part of them. Are you like a vigilante then? What's with all these stupid questions? Sorry. What will we do after we catch him then? What do you mean? We'll hand him over to the police. So that's when the police step in? Yeah, they're the ones who need to arrest him after all. We just take care of it until that point. I see. And then? And then what? What? Whatever happened to that pathetic excuse named Casper? Well, I don't know. I don't know what happened with Casper. I haven't gotten the DLC yet. It's not gonna be a while till I play that game because I still have a bunch of games that I gotta finish up. You had an odd dream that you were asleep on someone until you think you recognized, but you don't remember who. That is so strange. I think my dream had something to do with somebody giving me something. I don't even know who it was. I think it was just some made up woman in my brain. And she gave me something. And I don't know why. My brain is telling me it was a cookie, but I don't know why a cookie of all things. Like, there was more to it. There was way more to the dream. But I cannot remember anything except the fact that I was being given something. My brain is telling me a cookie. Like a cookie. Like just some cookie. But at the same time, I feel like that's wrong. I don't know. I think my brain is at that point where it's making shit up in an attempt to fill in the blanks. This is gonna bother me till I rehash that dream if that happens again, because it's not unusual for me to have the same dreams. So maybe if I'm lucky, I'll just end up having the same dream and just be able to remember it. Write it down, you know? A cookie? Lol, did you just want... did I just want a snacky? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I was hungry. Maybe I did something and was rewarded with a dream cookie. I don't know. Dreams just be odd. It was after I performed my morning duties, you know, because I don't have a great sleep schedule, so my sleep schedule is basically me taking naps. If I'm lucky, I get a nap between midnight and my morning duties, and then after my morning duties are done, I might try to take another nap. Your fat ass could always use snacks, of course. You normally don't dream. You normally have nightmares, so they are more memorable. Yeah, I get that. Then what? And then what about after that? What do you mean? There's nothing after that. I'll be done. That's it? There's nothing else you want to solve? No. You say that as if it's common to chase down murderers. Well, no, I mean... I don't know, our friendship is pretty much built on solving mysteries, so... What? We aren't friends. We're not? No. I mean, if you want to refer to me as being your friend, that's fine. But it's important you know that I don't see you that way at all. I don't plan on talking with you anymore once this is all over. You don't? Maybe if I need you for something. But otherwise, there's no point in continuing this alliance. ... What? Are you upset by that? You're not upset by that, right? I thought I made it pretty clear I was just being polite to you. No, I'm just really tired. I think I'll sleep now. Good night. You could go for a grilled cheese, dude. A grilled cheese, buttery, with some tomato soup. God damn. Now I'm getting hungry. And I had a hard time sleeping that night. It didn't help that I was stuck on her floor either. I did eventually go to sleep, but I didn't feel any better about it in the morning. When I woke up, Twyla was there too. I don't know if she even slept. She seemed to have to be in the same position she was when I went to sleep. And I guess she's something of a night owl. She didn't say anything to me as I grabbed my own clothes and left the bathroom to change. I left her pajamas on the sink and headed back downstairs. I left without even saying good morning or stopping for breakfast, and I decided I'd walk my way back to the bus stop or something. Dot 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 dot. Even though Twyla doesn't think of me as a friend, I'd like to still think of her as one. I'd like to, but it's been a few days since I slept over at Twyla's house. Again, I don't get many texts from her, but I've been trying not to let it get to me. I think I should have known deep down it was always going to be like this. But, I mean, I guess I can't blame her. It's not all that bad, though. I've been keeping busy so I don't feel lonely. It's nearing evening now, and I'm getting ready to make dinner. Or, well, I was until I got a text from Twy. Mary, how soon can you meet me? We're going to catch the butcher today. Today? Like, right now today? As if that was true, then I couldn't keep her waiting. I told Twyla I would meet her at the cemetery, so as I rushed out of the house, the bus to the city couldn't come quickly enough. Luckily, I was able to meet up with Twyla within the hour. I had been waiting on the sidewalk outside the cemetery when she pulled up in the car next to me. Surprisingly, she was the one driving it this time, instead of having somebody else drive it for her. I jumped into the passenger side, not even questioning why until I got inside. Where are we going, actually? She didn't answer me. She seemed very intent on driving. I think if her hands gripped the wheel any harder, it would snap. You're hungry now? You should probably get a little snack in before you rest, Sam. The setting sun welcomed us as if we finally pulled up to Reginald's apartment building. Oh boy. I don't know what Twyla's gonna do, but knowing how capable Twyla is of tweaking the fuck out, she's just gonna break into that guy's house. Or apartment, I should say. Twyla? She parked the car, got out, and then yanked me out as well. Nope, all the snacks are packed? True. There's gotta be something in the fridge. Eat a slice of cheese. That's what I do sometimes, like a little mouse. The grip she had used on her steering wheel was now tight around my wrist as she hurriedly stomped us up to the door. I nearly tripped over my own 2 feet before I was able to catch her rhythm. Twyla! I called out, but she didn't seem to be listening. Twyla! Twy! What's it? What is this about? What do you do? Without turning to face me, she said, remember how you told me it smelled bad when you visited Reginald's apartment last? No, everything is packed. Oh. Oh, well, I guess you guys making sure you got everything, huh? A face worse than those. A fate worse than worse. Noob, that's not really a saying. Yeah, but it was the rats, remember? Twyla didn't say anything after that. IKK. I guess you gotta resort to the tree bark. Not the tree bark. The tree bark method. I don't even know how much nutrition you could get out of tree bark. Not a lot, I would wager. You'd prefer paper. I'm gonna be honest, Chief. I think that's a no take. I've known paper feels weird on my teeth. I don't want to eat paper. I wouldn't eat paper even if it was the only thing to eat. Everything is a saying when it comes out of Noob Nerd. Sure thing, noob. After we entered the building, Twyla took me up to the door in the front. The door was creaked open slightly, with a faint green glow leaking through. The smell from last time lingered, but it was even stronger now. It seemed to permeate throughout the hall. It was somehow faint and yet terribly strong at the same time. This is the apartment of the landlady. Twyla said flatly, go ahead, take a look inside. How do you know what paper feels? Because I've eaten a piece of paper and it feels very fucking weird on my teeth specifically. It's almost painful. I don't know why paper specifically causes that kind of sensation on my teeth. But it's very bad. I don't like it. Even when I think about it, I can taste it almost in my mouth. Blah. Hee hee. Don't you hee hee me. Ooh, Why? Do it. Twyla is very much telling me to go out there and check on that dead lady. You'll try to hang on? I didn't want to, already fearing what would be behind that door. But it looked as though you didn't have. Sorry, it didn't look as though I wasn't being given a choice. Feeling heaviness in my chest and legs, I made my way over to the door. I tried not to touch it as I leaned my head forward and peeked inside, and regretted what I saw. Damn, she's dead as hell. I felt my heart sink even deeper into my chest as my throat struggled not to go dry. Are you telling me that smell from before was... Absolutely. I felt sick. Paper don't taste good, never mind. I told you. I told you. And you didn't want to believe me, huh? Shit tastes like ass. It was Reginald's own apartment and his landlady, but I still had trouble believing it was really him, until, as if this evidence against him wasn't damning enough. Bleh, gross, I agree. I turned to Twyla as she pulled a pair of gloves out of and put them on. Doesn't feel weird though. Yeah, I think it's just more of a me thing. The weird sensation is just me having strange teeth, I guess. She moved past me and opened the door, talking to me as she did so. When you went inside Reginald's apartment that late that day, I had gone around and talked to whatever neighbors of his happened to be home. Did you hear feet? No, you did not. They said the smell had been around for days. They filed complaint after complaint, but none never got a response. They figured that their landlady was too lazy to call someone to take care of it. That didn't sound right to me. So I had a special friend of mine come in to help determine what was really going on. And we found this. Has she just been sitting here the whole time, Twy? Why didn't you call someone? And who's this friend of yours? And what's happening? Well, I had to make sure I was right first. They helped me determine the cause of death was due to food tampering. Strange teeth? Yeah, I don't know how to describe my... I think it's more just my body reacting to something. Like, because it's usually, if I try to eat a piece of paper now, like chewing on it with like my molars, it'll be like a sensation in the gums mostly. More so than my teeth. But, you know, obviously there's the roots that are connected to the gums and all that bullshit, you know. Teeth stuff. I'm not going to talk teeth biology. Just know that, like, it feels weird when I eat paper. And I don't, even nowadays, when I just thinking about it makes me have that sensation. And I'm pretty sure it's just my body's way of telling me not to eat paper. With traces of that same antifreeze-like substance from before. You're being dragged. Goodbye, Sam. Have a nice cuddle. Sam is gone. Salute 07 in chat for Sam. There we go. Night, Sam. Alright, let me read through this. And if that wasn't enough, Twyla bent over and picked up something off the ground. What do you think this is? And I have to say, I'm surprised. He made it hard to get concrete evidence for him. And then just, got ahead of himself? Let himself slip? And I suppose I shouldn't be complaining. Makes my life easier. I just find it curious, that's all. I couldn't believe it. All the evidence was right in front of me, but still, Reginald had always been so nice. How could he have really... I was alone with this man at times. He found me sleeping in the cemetery by myself once, but he never hurt me. Even when given the opportunity to be, could it really all this time? My head swirled with thoughts and emotions as Twyla exited through the door to meet me in the hallway once again. Okay, Okay, we have very strong evidence against him. Now what? Do we finally go to someone else with it now? Twyla opens her mouth to talk to me, but I watched as her gaze moved past and behind me. Her mouth hung open for a few seconds longer as her eyes reacted, and I already knew what that meant. I turned around to be greeted by none other than Reginald himself. He was carrying grocery bags in his arms and wore a smile on his face as if nothing was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Hello, girls. Didn't expect to see you here this late. Or rather, at all for that matter. How do you do? Uh, hmm? Why are you staring at me like that? Is something the matter? Stop playing dumb. I beg your pardon? We know it's you. Twy! Who was it? Who was what, me? What? You've heard the rumors, haven't you? About a serial killer in town? We know it's you. Me? Oh, Twyla, darling, that's not very funny to joke about. Are you fucking serious right now? I told you, stop playing dumb. Why, do tell me, Twyla. If I really was the killer, what would stop me from killing you right now then? This. Oh. Damn, she's got the blicky. What the fuck? She's out here with the goddamn blunderbuss pistol. Girl is strapped. Girl said it's 1898. Fucking hell. Reginald and I both took a step back in shock and as Twyla pulled out a gun she had been concealing. What was going on here? Was she carrying that? Let me explain to you how this is going to go down. We're not going to call the police. We're not? Nope. Reginald is going to turn himself in. If he refuses, then I'm going to shoot him right here, right now. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay, now the pistol in this frame looks a lot more normal. In that other frame, it just looked like a flintlock. Like, I'm like, girl, I know you're a bit, of a rich gal, but that doesn't mean you gotta use a flintlock on a man. You're gonna just rip a hole in him. I ran past Twy and put myself in front of Reginald. I don't know what I was thinking, and I truly felt that when I realized I was right in her line of fire, God forbid she slip. But I couldn't have her shoot Reginald out of nowhere. Twyla, wait. Can't we talk about this for a minute? You're getting way too ahead of yourself here. What if he didn't do it after all? What if this is just a whole misunderstanding? Twyla just stared at me, gun still firm in her hand. I knew that if she wanted to shoot Reginald, she'd have to go through me first, but with the way she was looking at me right now, it felt as if she wouldn't mind having to. Please, Twy, put the gun away. Maybe if we just marry Duck. Huh? And then everything was dark. I can only guess Reginald hit me with something. And I suppose that's what I got for standing in front of him. I could tell it was a while before I opened my eyes. And when I did, all I could feel for a few seconds was the terrible ringing pain in my head. Reginald is tweaking. Reginald said, I did not plan for this shit. Man does not know what to do. It took a bit to adjust to the light, but I was eventually able to see, even if just a bit. I was in some sort of laundromat, it appeared. It was old and run down, so I don't even know how we got it. Or got in, I should say. And I was tied down to some sort of post with the rope, preventing me from moving my arms. Dang, this game's kinda kinky. Noob, shut up. Wait, how old are the characters? I'm not gonna answer that, just so that you can suffer. Suffer with not knowing. I know how old they are, but I'm not gonna tell you. And in front of me was Reginald himself. He was turned away from me, so he didn't recognize I was awake yet. But I could see him breathing heavily, like he was nervous. And faintly I could hear him rambling to himself. I couldn't make out his words, though, despite how quiet everything except for him. Eventually, he began pacing, and that's when he noticed I was awake. Oh, good morning, doll. How are you feeling? I didn't hit you too hard, did I? Reginald? It really... I felt my words get caught in my mouth. What could I possibly say in a situation like this? Okay, so according to your reliable source Tumblr, the characters are young adults. Tumblr. Why did you go to Tumblr of all places? You could have just looked up the game and probably found the information. Unlike the person's website. He just went to Tumblr of all things. I guess the person that made the game does have a Tumblr, so never mind. Reginald approached me, and I felt my stomach twist with each step he took towards me. And I felt my breath shorten as he leaned down in front of me. He placed a hand on my face, and I had no choice but to look at him. Reginald? Please, don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. Is it really you? Do you think I would hurt you, Mary? Please, I want to know. Did you kill all those people? Would you be upset with me if I did? You look nervous. Please stop worrying. I promise it's all going to be okay. I mean, you've been so happy, right? All those funerals, you've been able to enjoy them, haven't you? The way you complete them, it's all been to make you happy. Haven't you been happy? For Reginald? What are you talking about? Eventually, Reginald stood back up again. He took a deep breath and straightened out his coat. You know, this wasn't my plan. But you can't always plan for everything, you know? So I'll go and make it work, okay? Stay right here and don't go anywhere. I promise I'll be right back. And just like that, he left, leaving me stranded here waiting for his return. What was I going to do? I really messed up now, huh? I mean, it's not really your fault, Mary, but sure. Twyla was right all along. Is she okay? Maybe. I hope I didn't mess it up all for her again. You know what? It would be funny as hell if Twyla was just bluffing this entire time with that gun. Because you would expect that, like, you know, if Mary had gotten knocked the hell out by Reginald, that she would have just started blasting, right? So my chances are there were never any bullets in that gun. And I would find that funny to some extent. I hope I didn't mess it all up for her again. Twyla had a gun, though. So hopefully she's okay. If only I hadn't been so stupid. Then maybe I wouldn't be in this situation. Right. Right as I was beginning to fear all hope was lost, I felt a buzz against my back. My phone? That was definitely my phone. I'm surprised he didn't take it away. Although not like I could reach it from my position. But maybe... I started shifting all around, trying to get the rope loose. I doubted I would be able to, but I tried regardless. At the very least, if I could get to my phone or something, maybe I had hope. I just hoped Reginald wouldn't come back before then. And then, out of nowhere, it seemed like the rope just fell off. Question mark? Suspicious. And I was confused. Did he not tie it that tight? I mean, I guess he did say he didn't want to hurt me. With the rope off, I rushed towards the front entrance, and I pulled hard on the handles. Locked. Even though I could have sworn Reginald left this way. I tried all the back doors and side doors too, but it was no use. I was just trapped in a bigger cage. But I did have my phone, so I was trying to calm my nerves. I sat back by the post and took it out. And I was about to call the police when I saw my phone full of messages from Twyla. They were still going. It seemed she was okay after all. Twyla? Oh, fuck, you're finally answering. And I've been trying to get a hold of you forever. I see he didn't gut you then. Twy, I'm gonna call the police. Don't. Not yet. I need you to trust me, okay? Really fucking trust me this time. As uneasy as it made me feel, I trusted Twyla. Even if she does things in an underhanded way at times, she's always had the best intentions. When I didn't trust her, things usually didn't go well for us. So I'm going to trust her now. Because even if she doesn't want to be, well, that's what friends do. Where are you right now? Honestly, I don't know. A laundromat? What? Describe it to me. I don't know, there's like laundry machines and all. It looks like it hasn't been used in ages. There's no signs or anything. Can you see outside? Describe what surroundings what's surrounding the building you're in. Okay. And I gave Twyla descriptions of everything nearby, even though there didn't seem to be much. Despite this, it seemed as though all of it made perfect sense to her. I know where you are now. And I'm going to be there soon. But all the doors are locked. How are you going to get in? I have a plan for that, don't worry. Just sit where you are and keep pretending to be kidnapped. Okay. Eventually, he came back, just like he said he would. Oh, good, you're still here. I mean, of course you are. I hope I didn't leave you bored, darling. Like I said, I just had something to take care of first. But as I said, eventually, everything is going to work itself out, okay? Reginald once again took a step towards me. I had no idea what he was going to do. He reached his hand towards me and Twyla burst in just in time. She immediately shot Reginald in the leg. It took her one perfect hit. One hit and he was down. Let's just hope that she didn't fucking hit an artery, because otherwise we're gonna be in court for another reason. It was easy. It was so easy for her. Reginald fell to the ground without a scream. He was huffing heavily, blood oozing from his leg as Twy came to untie me. What do you think of my rope work, Reginald? I had to make sure you didn't suspect anything, so I tied her back up best I could. I'll admit, I'm a bit rustier than you, though. Reginald didn't say anything, of course. Bro's just on the ground. About time they showed up. You actually got the police this time? Yeah. It's like finally the police are involved. I didn't want to, but it seems like this was going to be the quickest way to take care of it all. I'm gonna go outside and talk to them. You stay here with Reginald real quickly while I explain things. Wait, what? Why can't I go out there with you? Trust me. Oh, okay. No, so here. Twyla walked over to me and gave me... Wait, I can't use this. You probably won't need to. It's just in case he tries anything in the 2 minutes I'm out there. Okay. I accepted as she passed the gun into my hands. It felt cold and uncomfortable, but I held it tight as Twyla exited the front door. And I looked down at Reginald, who was still writhing a bit on the floor. He didn't say anything until... Mary? Oh no. Reginald slowly tried to get up, though his leg was obviously holding him down. Stop moving or I'll shoot. I will. Mary, darling. It's okay. I said I wasn't going to hurt you, didn't I? I just want to share something with you. I just really want you to know. And I watched as Reginald stood on his own 2 feet. My feet felt frozen in place, while the gun shook in my trembling hands. Where was Twyla already? Reginald shuffled towards me. He reached his hand out to calm mine, and I was held there by him as he told me something I'm not sure I'll ever forget or ever understand. You know, I know you adored the idea of death and whatnot. At least that's how it appears to me. So I just wanted to let you know, death is not all what you've made. Death is not all what you've made. Been made out. Blah, fuck, I'm missing out. Death is not all what you've been made to believe it is. I promise you, it is not an eternity of dreams or nightmares. It is not comforting. It is not warm. So please, 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 Mary, do me a favor and stop killing me, okay? Lost in his words, I found myself unable to react as he wrapped his hands around mine, took the gun from my trembling fingertips, and pressed the barrel to his temple. Damn. Alright. We're just back to... Why are we back to this? You can just switch that up like that? It's been a month since that day. My therapist says I'm getting better at dealing with the memories from it. Things have been much different ever since the incident. For one, there seems to be much fewer deaths around the city. So I guess that means I don't like to think about it that much. But I am at least happy that things are much calmer now. I don't think I noticed it before, but I do see a lot of more people walking around than before. But maybe that's because the weather has been uncharacteristically nice lately too. Oh right, speaking of things that have been different lately, the number that used to text me stopped around that time too. And I still don't have a clue about where my parents are. Thinking about it too much makes me worry, but my therapist has been helping me feel a lot calmer about it all. And it was true what Twyla said to me that night. That she didn't really intend to talk to me anymore after we caught the killer. Because she doesn't, really. She never messaged me anymore. Occasionally I'll message her first, but less than half the time will I get an answer back. And even when I do, it's usually only because I asked her a question about something I was curious about. But it actually doesn't bother me all that much. Not as much as I thought it would. Because sometimes I'll see her outside, in the library or at the park. And every time she notices me too. And although she never says anything, she always waves at me. And I appreciate it. I do. Twyla was never much of a people person, I know that. Friendships didn't ever seem like something of importance to her. So in that case, getting away from her is more than okay with me. Speaking of Twyla, I was actually headed down to the library to return some books after my session, and maybe pick up some more. When I see Twyla in the library, I try to sit near her, and for me at least, I always have a pleasant time reading with her. So, I see if she wants to come today too. Fairest weather friends. I guess that's one way to put it. We are fair weather friends. Interesting. We still have not gotten the true ending, so but that's still the three good endings, and I think we've gotten 2 bad endings. We haven't gotten the bad ending for Croven, but I kind of don't care about that. I just want to get to the true ending, which I don't know when I'll get to that. I don't know how the hell we'll get to it. Let me see the guide, because I am following the guide of Croven, good ending, the main script. And you can, I remember that, okay, you can get the true ending in like any of the paths you go down. Ask the mystery number who they are the first time, ask the mystery number who they are the second time. When you find a stranger in the diner, call the mystery number before calling anyone else. When you are at the movie theater, call the mystery number. Okay, so basically, just call the mystery number again and again and again. Roger that. Alright, that shall be all for this fine day. I am gonna need to go eat and whatnot, and my coffee is about to get cold, so I bid thee farewell, my kindred. I hope you'll have a wonderful rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights, wherever and whenever you are. May the gods bless you, and may the stars shine in your honor. I shall see you all some other time. Bye bye.